I never thought a weekend getaway could turn into something I'd remember for the rest of my life. It started as an innocent plan, a simple escape from the city noise, the people, the constant rush. I found a small cabin online, tucked away in the woods, miles from the nearest town. The pictures were perfect. Wooden walls that seemed to hum with quiet warmth, a small porch looking over a clear, narrow stream, and enough space to feel alone but not isolated. The reviews were mostly good, except for a few comments about the remoteness and lack of signal. I thought that was part of the charm. I liked being unreachable, if only for a few days. I packed the usual things: food, water, clothes, a first aid kit, some flashlights, and my backpacking gear. I drove for hours, the city slowly shrinking behind me, replaced by forests and uneven roads that shook the car, as if warning me I was leaving the civilized world behind. By late afternoon, the sun was low, casting long shadows between the trees, and I finally saw the cabin. It was smaller than I expected, with a weathered wooden exterior, but it had an honest, sturdy look. The air smelled of pine and damp earth. I parked and stepped out, feeling an unfamiliar quiet that pressed against my ears, almost like it was waiting. I spent the first hour walking around the cabin, noting details that were easily missed in the pictures. The porch steps creaked under my weight. The windows were single-pane, old but intact. I found a firewood stack on one side and a small shed further back that seemed to hold some tools. I set my backpack inside and went back out to the porch. The stream ran gently nearby, and I could see fish moving slowly in the clear water. For a moment, I felt a strange sense of relief, like I had stepped into another world entirely, one that didn't demand anything from me except that I be present. Night fell fast in the forest. The sky, once pink and gold, had turned to a deep, almost black blue. Stars emerged, more than I had ever seen in the city, brilliant and scattered. I built a small fire outside, the flames crackling and throwing warm light onto the cabin walls. I cooked some of the food I had brought and ate slowly, listening to the sounds of the forest. I expected them to be peaceful, but there was a rhythm to the night that was different, sharper. Branches would snap, leaves would rustle, and at first I thought it was just animals. Deer maybe, or raccoons. But as the night deepened, some sounds grew closer, slower, deliberate. My stomach tightened, though I tried to tell myself it was only the wind. By midnight, I was inside the cabin, the fire still burning low in the stove. I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows. The cabin had a single bedroom, a small bathroom, and an open area with a kitchenette and a living space. Everything seemed secure, but the feeling of being watched wouldn't leave me. The shadows from the fire outside danced against the walls, and for a long time, I lay awake, listening. I heard footsteps, or something that sounded like them, moving in the woods around the cabin. They were faint, irregular. I kept telling myself it was impossible. I was alone. No one could have come this far without a vehicle, and the nearest house was miles away. Then came the knock. It was soft, almost hesitant, but it was there. I froze. My first thought was that I had imagined it, but then it came again, a little harder this time, at the front door. I didn't move at first. My brain raced, trying to make sense of it. Who would come out here at this hour? I didn't have a weapon, not anything serious, just a pocket knife I carried for hiking emergencies. I considered calling the local police, but there was no signal, not a single bar. The thought of opening the door never crossed my mind. I stayed in bed, straining my ears. The knocking stopped after a few minutes, but then came scratching, something moving against the wood. It was slow, deliberate, like someone testing the doors or windows. I held my breath, every muscle tense. The scratching moved to the back of the cabin, then stopped. For hours, I couldn't sleep, listening to the occasional crack of branches, the rustle of leaves, the distant sound of some animal, and sometimes, something that sounded human. Morning never felt so distant. When the first light came, it didn't bring comfort, only a strange relief that I had survived the night. I went outside cautiously, scanning the area. There was no one, no footprints, nothing to suggest anyone had been there. Just the forest, quiet and vast. I wanted to leave immediately, but my car was parked down a narrow dirt path. It would take time to pack and drive out, and I needed to clear my head before doing that. I spent the day making sure everything was in order, checking locks, exploring the surroundings cautiously. I noticed broken branches leading away from the cabin, crushed grass, signs that someone or something had moved near here. I couldn't tell how recent it was, but it was enough to keep me alert. I didn't see anyone, not even a silhouette, but the feeling of being watched never went away. The second night was worse. I thought the first night had been an anomaly, but it wasn't. The noises started earlier, closer. This time, I heard voices, quiet, almost whispers. I couldn't make out words, only the cadence. Whoever or whatever was out there was moving slowly, circling the cabin. I didn't sleep again. I kept the lights on inside, and the fire in the stove burned longer, though I was careful not to burn the cabin down. I stayed in one room, knife in hand, watching the windows, listening for every sound. I realized I had underestimated how isolated the place was. There was no way to call for help, no neighbors to check in. If someone decided to attack, I would have to survive on my own. I considered leaving that night, but the path was narrow and overgrown. Driving at night without seeing clearly in the dark, with branches scraping the car, seemed too dangerous. I decided to wait until morning again, though my nerves were frayed. On the third day, I discovered something that made my heart race. While checking the perimeter, I found footprints leading up to the cabin, fresh. They were large, heavy, and clearly human. They hadn't been there the previous day. I followed them cautiously, noting how they went around the cabin, stopping at the windows, circling back. Whoever had been here was not trying to hide. They were watching, maybe testing, maybe waiting. I felt trapped, but I also realized that panic wouldn't save me. I needed a plan. I packed essentials quietly and decided to hike back to the main road, leaving the car for now. The trail was steep and rocky, but I kept moving, glancing behind me constantly. I didn't hear footsteps, but I knew I wasn't alone. The forest seemed endless, and the trees, once comforting, now felt like a prison. After an hour, I broke through into a small clearing, and for the first time, I could see the road in the distance. Relief washed over me, but I kept moving. When I finally reached the road, I saw a car approaching. I waved frantically, heart pounding. The vehicle slowed, and the driver stopped. They didn't ask questions, just nodded when I explained in rushed words that I needed a ride to the nearest town. On the way, I called the local authorities, giving them the location of the cabin. They promised to send someone immediately. When I returned with the police, the cabin was empty. There was no one, no traces of the person who had been watching me. They examined the surrounding forest and found evidence that someone had been living nearby, hidden, observing travelers for weeks. It wasn't anything supernatural, just a human being using the remoteness of the woods to hide, to stalk. It was terrifying because it reminded me how vulnerable we are when alone, isolated. The police assured me the area would be monitored more closely, but the fear stayed with me. I couldn't look at a cabin or a forest the same way again. The next few weeks, I kept replaying the sounds, the scratches, the whispers. Every time I thought I had escaped danger, the memory reminded me how close it had been. I realized that the real fear isn't in ghosts or legends. It's in the very real, very human threats we sometimes ignore, the ones that hide in plain sight, waiting for a moment of weakness. Eventually, I returned to my normal life, but I never forgot that cabin. I learned to respect the isolation of the wilderness, to understand that beauty can hide danger. I invested in better safety gear, emergency communication devices, and I started studying how to read signs in nature to notice the subtle hints of someone nearby. It didn't make the memory go away, but it gave me a sense of control I didn't have that night. Even now, months later, I can still feel the chill of that first night, the tension in the silence, the invisible presence circling the cabin. I learned that survival is about patience, caution, and awareness. That fear can be a tool if used correctly. And most importantly, I learned that sometimes the scariest things are not imagined. They are human, real, and closer than you think. I had been driving for hours, the sun lowering slowly toward the horizon, casting long, jagged shadows across the road. I had rented the cabin months in advance, a small, secluded place deep in the forest, far away from anyone or anything that resembled a town. I had wanted the isolation, the peace of being completely alone, away from the noise of work, phones, and the constant chatter of the world. My GPS had started acting up miles back, losing signal in the thick forest that lined the road. Eventually, I gave up on following it, trusting the directions printed on a piece of paper the rental agency had given me. I noticed the trees were growing denser and closer together, the road narrowing until it was little more than 2 ruts in the dirt, barely wide enough for a single car to pass. The branches scraped against my car, leaving streaks of mud and leaves across the windows. The air smelled thick, wet, and earthy, a smell that seemed alive in itself. When I finally saw the cabin, I felt a brief relief. It sat on a small clearing, dark wood blending almost perfectly with the surrounding forest. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney. It looked inviting in the fading sunlight, but I could see immediately that this was no touristy, Instagram-friendly cabin. It was small, practical, and isolated in a way that made me wonder if anyone had lived there full-time at some point. I parked the car on the uneven dirt beside it and got out, stretching and breathing in the damp, pine-scented air. The only sounds were the occasional rustle of leaves and the faint, distant call of some unknown bird. The quiet pressed in on me, not peaceful, but heavy, almost tangible. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of wood polish and dust. It was furnished simply. A small table, a couple of chairs, a tiny kitchen with a wood stove, and a bed in the corner. There was a small stack of firewood by the stove, and the windows, though dusty, gave a clear view of the surrounding forest. I unpacked my bag, trying to settle in. Part of me was nervous, though I couldn't pinpoint why. Being alone in a forest this dense had a way of heightening every sound, every shadow, making everything feel just slightly wrong. Night fell quickly. The forest transformed from quiet and still to something else entirely. The wind moved through the trees in a way that made the branches groan and scrape against each other. Every crack of a twig sounded like it was right at the window. I had made a small fire in the stove, and the warm glow filled the cabin, but it did little to ease the unease creeping over me. I kept thinking I saw shapes moving just outside the window, shadows that were gone when I blinked or turned quickly. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, the way the firelight and the branches played tricks on my eyes. I had come prepared. I had a flashlight, extra batteries, a fully charged phone, and a small backpack with water, snacks, and some basic supplies in case I had to stay longer than planned. Despite that, I felt exposed. The cabin was solid, but the forest pressed up close on all sides. I couldn't see more than 20 or 30 feet in any direction before the trees swallowed everything in darkness. I started hearing sounds that made me freeze in place. The distant crash of something falling through the trees, the scratching of branches against each other, a low rustling that moved rhythmically, like something large was walking just out of sight. I tried to keep busy, chopping some firewood to keep the stove going and inspecting the cabin carefully. The door locks were old but sturdy, and the windows were thick, making it clear the cabin could withstand more than just the weather. Still, each noise made me jump. I spent the next few hours cleaning the cabin, organizing my supplies, and making sure I had a safe perimeter. I checked the windows and doors repeatedly, my nerves fraying with each passing hour. Then, around midnight, the noises changed. It wasn't just the wind or the animals anymore. Something was moving closer, deliberate, heavy steps on the forest floor. I froze, my hands gripping the edge of the table. The firelight flickered against the walls, making the shadows dance. I tried to tell myself it was an animal, maybe a deer or a bear, but there was a rhythm to it that felt almost methodical. It stopped at the edge of the clearing. I could hear breathing, slow and deliberate, and the crunch of leaves under feet that were too heavy to be anything small. I grabbed the flashlight, flicked it on, and shone it into the darkness outside. For a moment, I saw a shape, a tall, dark figure standing just at the edge of the tree line. My heart pounded in my chest. It didn't move immediately, just stood there, watching. I couldn't see a face, just a silhouette. I considered leaving, but the car was still outside, and I wasn't sure if I could reach it without being seen. I retreated slowly into the cabin, locked the doors again, and sat down with the flashlight, my back against the wall. I could still hear it moving, circling the cabin now, branches snapping underfoot, always just beyond the edge of the clearing. Hours passed like this, the small, weak fire casting shadows that made the figure seem closer than it was. I tried to make sense of it. Was it someone lost in the forest? A hiker who had wandered too far? Or something else entirely? Every rational explanation seemed insufficient. My mind raced, imagining the worst-case scenarios, each one more terrifying than the last. I kept checking my phone for signal, but there was nothing. No bars, no way to call for help. By the early hours of the morning, the figure disappeared. The noises faded into the forest, replaced again by the normal creaks and groans of trees in the wind. I didn't sleep, staying awake until the first light of dawn. The forest looked calm in the soft morning light, almost peaceful, and I thought I might have imagined the entire thing. But then I noticed the tracks around the cabin, heavy boot prints pressed into the dirt, circling the cabin at least twice, too large and deep to be any normal hiker or forest animal. My stomach turned. Someone had been outside all night, watching. I spent the morning securing the cabin, making sure all doors were locked and the windows closed. I didn't dare step outside except to check the firewood and make sure the cabin was intact. I started thinking about leaving immediately, but I knew the roads would be treacherous if I tried to drive away without proper daylight. The nearest town was miles away, and I had no way to guarantee I could reach it safely. I decided to wait until late morning, staying alert and keeping my supplies close. By late morning, I noticed something else. Signs of someone trying to enter the cabin. The door latch had been tampered with, scratches around the edges, small marks that showed it had been forced but not broken. Whoever it was had been testing the cabin all night, seeing if it was secure. Panic surged through me. I knew I had to leave, but I needed a plan. I packed my essentials quickly. Water, food, a jacket, the flashlight, and a small hatchet I kept for firewood. I left the stove burning to make it seem like I was still inside, hoping it might give me a head start if whoever had been watching returned. I stepped outside cautiously, scanning the forest in all directions. It was quiet, eerily so, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I moved quickly to the car, keeping my flashlight trained on the shadows, ready to defend myself if necessary. Every snapping twig made me jump, but I forced myself to stay calm, moving deliberately, steadily toward the car. Once inside, I locked the doors and started the engine. I drove slowly at first, checking the forest on both sides, then faster once I hit the main dirt road. It took hours to reach the nearest paved road. My nerves stretched tight the entire time. Every sound, every rustle in the trees, made me tense, ready to act. When I finally reached a town, the relief was almost overwhelming. I pulled into a gas station, called the local authorities, and reported everything. They said they would send someone to check the cabin, but the forest was dense, and without exact coordinates, it would be difficult to find. A week later, I got a call. The cabin had been broken into. There were signs that someone had been living in the forest nearby, watching and studying the cabin before attempting to get inside. Nothing had been stolen, but the intruder had left signs that they were capable and careful. The authorities couldn't find anyone, but they confirmed my fear. Someone had been watching me, and I had narrowly escaped a potentially dangerous encounter. After that, I never returned to the cabin. I still think about that night, the isolation, the feeling of being watched, and the calculated patience of whoever had been out there. The experience left me more cautious, more aware of the way the world can feel calm on the surface while hiding something dangerous just beyond the trees. Even now, years later, I drive past forests like that one with my hands tight on the wheel, knowing how close I came to being trapped, knowing that the silence of the trees can be far more terrifying than any sound. I had been planning the trip for weeks, the kind of trip that promised a complete escape from the city. The thought of the cabin had pulled me in. its description painted in brochures and online posts as a quiet retreat deep in the forest, far from roads, people, and the constant hum of electricity. I wanted isolation, not just the physical kind, but the kind that forced your mind to slow, to focus on the rhythm of the trees and the creak of wooden floors. I had a small backpack, a duffel bag with supplies, and the thought that I could handle whatever the forest would throw at me. The drive was long, winding over narrow roads that disappeared into trees so thick that sunlight barely touched the asphalt. By the time I turned onto the dirt path leading to the cabin, the late afternoon sun had begun to fade, casting shadows that stretched across the forest floor like long fingers. I had my phone with me, but I knew the signal would be poor. The idea of losing contact with the outside world excited me more than it scared me. The cabin came into view after about 15 minutes of bumping over ruts and rocks. It was a simple structure made of logs with a small porch and a chimney that looked like it had been used occasionally but not recently. The windows were clean, and the door seemed sturdy. I parked the car, listening to it settle into the soft dirt, and carried my bags up the narrow steps. The air smelled like pine and damp earth, a smell that made my chest feel full with calm. Inside, the cabin was even more isolated than I had imagined. The wooden walls were raw but well constructed, the floorboards creaking under my weight. There was a fireplace, and next to it, a stack of firewood that seemed dry and ready. A small kitchen area had a sink, cupboards, and a wood-burning stove. The furniture was minimal: one table, a couple of chairs, and a bed pushed against the far wall. Dust covered some corners, but it didn't feel abandoned. It felt like a place someone maintained occasionally, a cabin used by people who valued privacy. I unpacked slowly, setting up my sleeping area, putting supplies in the cupboards, and stacking firewood near the fireplace. There was a small lantern and some candles on a shelf, and I tested the matches I had brought. Everything seemed fine. The sun had dipped lower by the time I finished, and I lit the fireplace. The small room filled with warmth and the smell of burning wood. I sat on the bed, watching the flames, and felt a quiet thrill of solitude. As darkness fell outside, the noises of the forest became sharper. Branches scraped against the cabin's exterior, small animals rustled through leaves, and occasionally, the call of a distant bird echoed through the trees. It was the kind of sound that was soothing at first but slowly began to feel tense. Without the city's constant background noise, every small sound seemed louder, every movement more deliberate. I told myself it was just my imagination playing tricks, that animals were everywhere in the forest. I ate a simple meal, something I had brought canned and pre-prepared. The lights of the fire flickered on the walls, and the cabin felt alive in its own way. Yet, as the night deepened, I noticed something odd. Every time I heard a rustle outside, it was closer than I expected. I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon, but the forest felt unusually still in between the noises, like it was holding its breath. Hours passed, and I eventually went to bed, laying on the bed and listening to the fire crackle. Sleep came in short bursts. I kept waking up to sounds: soft thuds on the roof, scratches near the windows, twigs breaking just outside. Each time I sat up, heart racing, I convinced myself it was nothing. Still, I began to notice patterns. The noises weren't random. There were moments when I would hear something moving along the side of the cabin, circling it, pausing, then moving again. By the second night, I was fully aware of a presence. Not human, or at least I hoped not, but it was deliberate. Something moved in ways that didn't match the usual animals I knew. I started keeping the doors locked, the windows secured, and carried a heavy flashlight around, checking each corner of the cabin repeatedly. I examined the small gaps under the door, the corners where shadows pooled, imagining anything that might hide there. I also began to notice footprints outside, impressions in the dirt that didn't belong to any animal I recognized. They were human-sized, barefoot, leading up to the side of the cabin and back out into the woods. My mind tried to reason it away. Perhaps hikers, campers, hunters? The trail was known, but I hadn't seen another soul since I parked the car. Fear began to creep in, a cold, persistent pressure that settled in my chest. My food supply was limited, and I had only enough water for a few days. Leaving wasn't easy. The forest around the cabin was thick and dark, and even if I went, I would need to navigate through miles of dirt paths without proper lighting. The nights became worse. I slept in short bursts, always waking to the feeling of being watched. Shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally, and every wind gust sounded like footsteps. At one point, I saw a shape move just outside the window, a crouched figure blending into the dark. My heart stopped, and I froze, holding my breath until it moved out of view. I never slept more than an hour at a time after that. On the third day, I decided I had to investigate the surrounding area carefully. I packed a small bag with essentials, took the flashlight, and stepped outside in the early morning light. The forest seemed normal, almost peaceful in the daylight, but I noticed signs of someone's passage. Broken branches at shoulder height, footprints that didn't match mine, marks on the trees that looked like they had been made intentionally to guide movement. Someone had been tracking or observing the cabin, maybe even me, for days. I spent the day checking the perimeter, noting every unusual sign. Nothing overtly dangerous was there, no weapons, no traps, but the evidence was enough to know I wasn't alone. By evening, I fortified the cabin as best I could. I moved furniture against doors and windows, doubled the firewood near the entrances, and kept my flashlight within reach at all times. Sleep was nearly impossible. Every sound, every shifting shadow made me jump. I began to feel the raw, crushing weight of isolation, not just from people, but from safety itself. On the fourth night, it escalated. There was a pounding on the cabin door around midnight, sharp, rhythmic, and deliberate. My flashlight shook in my hand as I shone it toward the sound. I couldn't see anyone, but the pounding continued, switching to the windows. I was trapped in the small cabin, listening to footsteps move along the walls and outside, circling, pausing, testing my barriers. I realized that whatever it was had been watching for days, waiting for a moment when I felt safe. Panic settled deep into my bones. I spent hours preparing to defend myself. I used a heavy metal poker from the fireplace and moved the furniture to block exits. The night stretched endlessly. By dawn, the noises stopped, leaving a suffocating silence. Exhausted and on edge, I considered leaving immediately, but my car was parked half a mile down a winding path. That meant walking through the same forest where someone or something was clearly tracking me. I made a plan. I gathered all my supplies, packed the essentials, and waited for full daylight. At first light, I moved quickly, hugging the edges of the trees, keeping the cabin out of view, and staying alert to every sound. Branches snapped around me, and the occasional rustle reminded me I was still being followed, but the forest in daylight gave me a sense of control. My legs ached, my hands were scratched by branches, but I pressed on. I eventually made it to the dirt road where I had parked my car. My heart raced as I approached, scanning the trees constantly. No one was in sight. I jumped into the car, started the engine, and drove carefully back onto the main road. I kept moving, ignoring minor aches and exhaustion, focusing only on getting out of that forest. Hours later, I reached a gas station in a small town. I called the local authorities, reporting strange activity near the cabin. They took my statement seriously, mentioning that the area had occasional reports of trespassers or poachers. They offered to check the property, but I declined, insisting I had to leave immediately. By the time I reached my home, I felt a mixture of relief and lingering fear. I knew I had escaped a potentially dangerous situation, but the memory of being watched, circled, and hunted in isolation stayed with me. For weeks, I replayed the nights in my mind, analyzing every sound and shadow, feeling that same fear in my chest. The forest had seemed peaceful in pictures, quiet and inviting, but in reality, it was a place where someone could watch you, follow you, and remain invisible until it was too late. I never returned to that cabin, and I made a point to research any remote destinations more carefully afterward. I learned to respect the limits of isolation, the dangers of underestimating human presence, and the importance of preparation beyond physical supplies. Even months later, I remember the drive out to the cabin like it was yesterday, even though months have passed since that weekend. It was early September, the air crisp and a little sharp against my skin, the kind of weather that makes you feel alive and a little on edge at the same time. I had been looking forward to this trip for weeks, a chance to disconnect from the endless demands of work and the city, to spend a few days alone in the woods with only the sound of the wind and the trees around me. The cabin I rented was small, old but sturdy, tucked deep into the forest about 2 hours from the nearest town. I'd picked it because of its remoteness, thinking solitude would be peaceful. In hindsight, I realized I had underestimated how truly isolated it was. The road to the cabin was narrow, paved at first, but eventually turning into a rough gravel path that rattled my car with every bump. Trees pressed close to either side, thick and tall, their branches stretching over the path and forming shadows that shifted as the sun dipped lower in the sky. I noticed early on that the forest was denser than I expected. There were no other cabins nearby, no signs of human life, nothing but the occasional bird or squirrel darting through the undergrowth. The sense of isolation was immediate, like stepping into another world where the rules of the city no longer applied. When I finally reached the cabin, I had to stop the car at the edge of a small clearing. The cabin itself was wooden, weathered to a dull gray from years of exposure to wind and rain. It was single-story with a steep, shingled roof and a small porch with 2 rickety chairs. A thin wisp of smoke curling from the chimney made it seem inhabited, but I knew it wasn't. The owner left the stove fueled and ready for renters, and no one else was there. I stepped out and felt the instant drop in temperature that comes when the sun disappears behind the trees. The smell of damp wood, moss, and earth hit me sharply. I took a deep breath, trying to shake the tension that had been building during the drive. It was supposed to be relaxing, after all. The cabin's interior was small but cozy. The living area had a simple sofa, a wood-burning stove, and a dining table scarred from years of use. A small kitchenette was tucked to one side with basic utensils, an old coffee maker, and a stovetop. The bedroom had a simple bed with a thick quilt, and the bathroom was tiny with a shower and a sink, everything functional but showing its age. I unpacked slowly, deliberately placing my bag on the floor and organizing the few supplies I had brought. There was something grounding about the routine, about touching things, arranging them, making a temporary home in a place that was otherwise foreign. I decided to go for a short walk before night fell. The forest surrounding the cabin was dense, the trees standing like silent sentinels. The underbrush was thick, and the ground uneven, a mixture of dirt, roots, and fallen leaves that crunched under my boots. I wandered carefully, following a faint trail that led deeper into the woods. The sounds were subtle at first, the rustle of leaves, the occasional snap of a twig, birds calling. But as I walked further, the forest grew darker, thicker. The canopy overhead blocked much of the remaining light, and the air felt colder, heavier. Every step I took seemed to echo too loudly in the quiet. It was exhilarating at first, the sense of being completely alone, but that exhilaration quickly turned into unease. The forest felt alive in a way I couldn't explain, not in the mystical sense, but in the way it seemed to watch, to respond to my presence. I realized as I walked that I had no sense of direction. The trail had disappeared somewhere along the way, leaving me to navigate by memory and instinct. I tried to note landmarks, old trees, a large boulder, a fallen log, but everything began to look the same. Shadows lengthened and deepened as the sun dipped further below the horizon, and a chill ran down my spine. I decided to turn back, but then I noticed the path behind me wasn't the same as I remembered. I had taken a wrong turn somewhere, and now I wasn't sure which way led back to the cabin. My pulse quickened, and I reminded myself to stay calm, to think logically. I could retrace my steps, follow the incline of the land, and eventually find my way back. That was the plan, simple enough, but the forest seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction, a maze of trees and shadows that made every turn disorienting. As night fell, the temperature dropped sharply. I hadn't brought enough layers for the cold, and I began to feel its bite in my fingers, my toes, and my ears. I realized that the forest at night was a completely different place from the forest during the day. The sounds were sharper, more alarming. The snap of a branch, the rustle of unseen animals, the distant call of a bird or an owl. Every small noise made me tense. Every shadow seemed like it might conceal something watching. My rational mind reminded me that I was likely imagining things, that the only creatures in these woods were deer, foxes, or perhaps a bear, and that they were generally more afraid of me than I was of them. Still, the tension was building, knotting in my chest, making my breath come faster. I tried to walk steadily, to keep calm, but then I heard something that made my stomach drop. The sound of someone or something moving deliberately behind me. Not rustling through leaves, not the random movement of an animal, but slow, careful steps, following my own. I froze, straining to hear, my heart hammering against my ribs. The forest was silent again, but the sound had been real. I didn't turn around. I didn't want to know. I began to walk faster, trying to put distance between myself and the noise, but every step seemed to echo, and every sound from behind me seemed closer. I realized that I had no idea which direction was safe. I could not see the cabin, could not remember the correct path, and panic began to set in. After what felt like an eternity, I stumbled over a root and fell hard onto the ground. My knee and palms scraped raw, and I sat there, breathing heavily, trying to calm myself. I realized that running blindly would only make things worse. I needed to think. I forced myself to focus, scanning the area for anything familiar. A faint outline of a tree with a twisted trunk caught my eye, something I thought I had seen earlier. Using that as a reference point, I started moving carefully, placing each step deliberately, trying to match the landmarks I had noticed before. It was slow going, but eventually, after what felt like hours, I caught a glimpse of the cabin's roof through the trees. Relief washed over me, physical and almost overwhelming, and I picked up the pace, moving as quickly and safely as I could toward the safety of the structure. I reached the cabin and burst inside, slamming the door behind me and locking it. My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys and the deadbolt, trying to convince myself that I was safe. The warm air from the stove hit me, and I leaned against the wall, panting and trying to slow my racing heart. The forest was still outside, dark and silent, but behind the cabin walls, I could feel a small measure of safety. I checked the windows and the doors, making sure everything was secure. My mind, though still jittery, began to settle. I realized I had learned an important lesson about the woods. They were beautiful, wild, and unforgiving. Respecting them, understanding the isolation, and preparing for it was not optional. That night, I stayed awake for hours, wrapped in a blanket, listening to every sound from the forest outside. The wind through the trees, the distant call of an owl, the occasional rustle of leaves. All of it was amplified in my heightened state of awareness. Sleep came finally, shallow and fitful, and I dreamed of walking through endless trees, lost, with someone or something following me. But I woke to morning light streaming through the window, the air crisp and calm, and the forest now appeared serene and almost inviting in the soft glow of dawn. The fear of the night before had faded but left a lasting imprint, a caution that would stay with me long after I left the cabin. I spent the next day exploring closer areas of the forest with more care. I marked paths with small, discrete piles of stones and branches, studied the terrain, and learned how to move cautiously without disturbing the natural environment. I collected firewood, prepared meals, and maintained the cabin, feeling a sense of accomplishment and self-reliance. By the end of my stay, I had a clear understanding of the forest, its patterns, and its dangers, and I had faced my own fear in a way I never had before. Leaving the cabin, I felt both relief and a strange sense of pride. The forest had not changed. It was the same indifferent wilderness it had always been, but I had changed. I had survived isolation, fear, and uncertainty, and I had learned to respect the raw, unfiltered reality of the natural world. Driving away, I glanced back at the cabin, small and gray among the trees, smoke curling from its chimney in the morning sun. It looked peaceful, inviting even, but I knew the truth. The forest demanded respect, awareness, and caution. That weekend had been terrifying, exhausting, and humbling. It was a stark reminder of the I had been looking forward to this trip for months. The idea of leaving the city behind and disappearing into the quiet of the mountains felt like the kind of relief I hadn't realized I needed. My work had been relentless, the constant hum of emails, meetings, and obligations grinding away at me, and I thought a week alone in a cabin would reset everything. I drove for hours, the city gradually shrinking behind me, replaced by rolling hills, dense forests, and roads so narrow and winding they seemed almost carved into the earth without care for the driver. The sun was beginning its slow descent when I turned onto a gravel path that marked the start of the trail to the cabin. I had checked the route repeatedly, printed maps, saved coordinates on my phone, but the reality of isolation struck me instantly as the trees thickened and the gravel path narrowed into a barely maintained track. The air smelled different here, clean, sharp, the faint scent of pine and wet soil filling the cab as I drove. The cabin came into view as a small clearing appeared through the trees. It was modest, a one-story structure made of aged timber, its roof dark with moss in places, and a small chimney rising from one corner. Smoke curled lazily into the sky from it, indicating that someone had recently been there or that the previous occupant had left some fire smoldering. The surrounding forest was quiet in a way that made the silence feel like a physical weight. I parked my car nearby and unloaded my bag, a mixture of clothes, food, and camping gear. The cabin had a small porch, its wooden boards worn smooth by years of weather. I ran my hand across the railing, noting the rough texture of the wood. Inside, the air was cool and smelled faintly of damp wood and old dust. The interior was simple but functional. A small kitchenette against one wall, a table with 2 chairs, and a wood-burning stove that appeared recently cleaned. A bedroom with a single bed, thin mattress, and a blanket folded neatly at the foot. I set my bag down and walked to the window, looking out into the trees. The sun was low now, casting long shadows across the clearing, and the forest seemed to darken as if swallowing the day whole. I spent the next hour unpacking and organizing. I stacked firewood neatly near the stove, checked the matches and lighter, and prepared some food. Cooking was straightforward, though I noticed every sound around me. The distant caw of a crow, the rustle of leaves in a breeze that I could feel on my neck, the occasional snap of a twig. It was comforting at first, that sense of life continuing outside while I was isolated. But as twilight deepened, a subtle unease began to grow in me. Night fell quickly. Without city lights or noise, the darkness seemed almost physical, pressing against the windows and the walls of the cabin. I lit the stove and sat near it, the warmth spreading slowly into my limbs. Shadows from the fire danced across the walls, exaggerating every irregularity in the wood grain. I tried to read, but my eyes kept wandering, drawn to the windows, listening for sounds that were there or weren't. The forest around the cabin, which had seemed so peaceful in daylight, now felt immense and unknowable. Every snap, every rustle seemed amplified. It was around midnight when I heard it. At first, I thought it was the wind, a low, dragging sound, like something heavy moving through the underbrush. But it was irregular, deliberate. I froze, listening. There it was again, closer this time. My heart rate picked up, and I realized that despite my preparations, I had no real idea what to do in the event of an intruder. Not the humankind, anyway. The stories I had read about bear attacks or mountain lions were terrifying, but they had always felt distant, theoretical. Now, crouched in my cabin, I could imagine a person or an animal, standing just beyond the tree line, watching. I grabbed the flashlight and moved cautiously to the window. I swept the beam across the clearing, my breath shallow, the metal of the flashlight shaking slightly in my hands. The light caught on something in the distance, a dark shape between the trees, then it was gone. I forced myself to breathe, telling myself it was probably a deer, or maybe the way shadows moved in the night. But the sound continued, intermittent, deliberate, and there was something in its rhythm that unsettled me. I went back to the stove, trying to focus on lighting a fire properly, stacking logs, listening to them hiss and spark. The warmth was soothing, but every time the wind shifted, the sound of movement outside returned. I felt a cold prickling along my spine, and I realized that my imagination was starting to take over. I reminded myself of the basics. I had a sturdy door with a lock, the windows were small and reinforced with thick glass, and I had a phone, though service was spotty at best. Hours passed in uneasy quiet. I slept fitfully in the chair near the stove, waking at every small noise. The sense of being watched did not fade, and by morning, I was exhausted but determined to maintain control over the situation. The sunlight filtering through the trees brought some relief, though I still moved cautiously. I explored the perimeter of the cabin, noting the tracks in the mud. Small animals, perhaps, but there were larger, ambiguous prints too, partially obscured by leaves. I decided to take action. I cleared a wider area around the cabin, stacking logs and branches in a way that could act as a barrier if anything approached. I checked my food supplies, making sure I had enough water and dried goods to last the week. The fear had not disappeared, but I felt slightly more prepared. I tried to distract myself with tasks: chopping firewood, cleaning the cabin, organizing supplies. Over the next couple of days, the unease became routine. Every creak of the cabin floor, every rustle in the forest was scrutinized. I moved more cautiously, double-checking locks and windows, sleeping with the door locked and flashlight at hand. Occasionally, I thought I saw shapes moving between the trees, but each time I went to investigate, nothing was there. I reminded myself constantly that humans were creatures of habit and paranoia, that in isolation, the mind can create threats out of nothing. Yet, despite these reassurances, the tension persisted. On the third night, the sound returned with more clarity, distinct, unmistakable. Footsteps. Someone was walking through the clearing. I stayed perfectly still, listening as the soft crunch of leaves grew closer. My pulse thudded in my ears. I grabbed the largest kitchen knife I had, feeling its cold weight in my hand. The footsteps stopped. I could hear breathing now, shallow, deliberate, just beyond the window. I realized then that I had two options: confront whatever was there or try to escape. The thought of running into the forest in darkness, possibly into danger, terrified me. I needed a plan. I remembered my phone, and though the signal was weak, I managed to call the local ranger station, leaving a brief, shaky message explaining my location and the situation. The line cut out before I could explain everything, but at least someone would know. I returned to the window and waited, knife in hand, muscles tense. The footsteps started again, moving slowly, deliberately, around the cabin. Then there was silence, and I could hear the faint sound of something heavy being dragged across the ground. Panic surged, but I forced myself to stay calm. I checked the locks again, making sure everything was secured. I decided to stay awake the rest of the night, keeping the fire going, listening, watching, and preparing for any sudden movements. Dawn was a relief I hadn't anticipated. The pale light revealed nothing unusual outside, no signs of forced entry, no visible footprints beyond the animal tracks I had seen before. I stepped outside cautiously, scanning the clearing and the surrounding trees. There were prints, definitely human, large and heavy, circling the cabin but never getting too close. I realized they were careful, deliberate. Whoever had been here had been watching me, but for some reason, they had not tried to make contact. I spent the day fortifying the cabin further, reinforcing doors and windows with extra logs, digging a shallow trench along one side to detect movement, and creating noise traps with empty cans strung along a cord. I stocked up on supplies from my car, ensuring I could stay for days without leaving. Each precaution made me feel marginally safer, but the psychological toll was heavy. The next 2 days passed with no incidents. The absence of threat was almost worse than its presence. I was hyper-aware of every sound, every movement. I spent my time observing the forest, noticing the way light shifted through the trees, the patterns of bird calls, and how small animals moved through the underbrush. This awareness was exhausting but necessary. On the 5th day, I noticed something that changed everything. Small pieces of paper had appeared around the cabin. Notes, crudely written, but brief. Messages like, "I see you and don't go out." Whoever had been circling the cabin was now escalating. My heart raced as I collected each one, careful not to touch more than necessary. This was no longer a random act of intrusion. I had been looking forward to the cabin trip for months, a rare opportunity to escape the noise and chaos of the city and just be alone with the forest. It wasn't a luxury cabin, far from it, but it had everything I needed: a wood stove, running water, and a small porch that looked out over a clearing surrounded by tall pines. I arrived late in the afternoon, with the sun just beginning to dip behind the hills, casting long, stretched shadows across the dirt path that led up to the cabin. The air smelled of wet earth and pine needles, and I felt a strange kind of calm as I carried my backpack and gear inside. The cabin itself was small but sturdy, built from rough-hewn logs, with a tin roof that had weathered decades of storms. Inside, the floorboards creaked beneath my boots, and the smell of old wood mixed with faint traces of cleaning products. I set my things down, noting the simple furnishings: a table with 2 chairs, a small shelf of books, a cot pushed against the far wall, and the wood stove in the corner. There was no electricity, which I liked. It forced a slower rhythm to the day, relying on candles and the stove for light. I unpacked my supplies methodically, organizing my food, tools, and clothing, trying to ignore the sense that the cabin itself was watching me, though I knew that was just nerves. After unpacking, I decided to explore the area. The clearing around the cabin was small but open, leading into a thick forest of pine, oak, and birch trees. I followed a narrow dirt path for maybe 15 minutes before it disappeared into undergrowth, forcing me to turn back. The forest was dense, almost oppressive in its quiet. I could hear birds and the distant trickle of a stream, but there was no wind, no rustle in the leaves, just stillness. As I walked, I felt an unsettling awareness that I was alone, more alone than I had been in a long time. I shook it off as imagination and returned to the cabin. Back at the cabin, I set about preparing dinner, a simple meal of canned beans, rice, and some dried vegetables. The sun had fully set by then, and the shadows of the trees seemed to press against the windows. I lit the stove, and its small flames cast a warm glow across the room, but the dark corners seemed to retreat just out of sight, as if they were waiting. I ate slowly, trying to keep my mind focused on the mundane: the taste of the food, the warmth of the stove, the sound of the water boiling. After dinner, I decided to read by candlelight. The old books on the shelf were mostly novels and collections of short stories, dusty and yellowed at the edges. I chose a small volume of essays and settled onto the cot with a blanket wrapped around me. The wind outside had picked up, making the trees sway and creak. At first, it was just background noise, but soon I noticed something more: a low, almost imperceptible rustling from just beyond the clearing. It was irregular, not the wind through leaves, but the sound of something moving carefully, deliberately. I froze, listening. The rustling stopped whenever I did, and then started again when I breathed too loudly. My heart began to beat faster, and I reminded myself that animals lived in these woods: deer, raccoons, perhaps a stray coyote. Yet, there was something about the rhythm of the movement that didn't feel natural. It was too careful, too quiet for a normal animal. I strained my eyes, trying to see through the dark, but the clearing was black, the trees forming an impenetrable wall. I decided to lock the door, a simple bolt across the inside. I checked the windows and latched them, even though they were high enough that no one could easily enter. Then I went back to the cot, telling myself it was just the wind, just shadows playing tricks. I tried to read again, but my mind kept returning to the sound outside. Every so often, a branch would snap, or I'd hear a soft thud on the ground, and my stomach tightened with fear. Hours passed. I dozed fitfully, waking every few minutes to the sound of movement outside. At some point, I realized the noises had stopped completely, replaced by a heavy silence that was somehow worse than the movement. I lay still, listening to my own breathing, waiting for something to break the quiet. Eventually, exhaustion overtook me, and I fell into a deep, uneasy sleep. I woke suddenly, disoriented, with the feeling that something was wrong. The candle had burned down to a stub, and the room was dark except for the weak glow of moonlight through the windows. I noticed immediately that the door latch was undone. My heart sank. I was certain I had locked it. Every rational thought told me it must have been a mistake, but I knew in my gut that someone or something had been inside. I grabbed the small axe I kept near the stove for emergencies. It wasn't much, but it felt like a line of defense. I moved quietly, checking each corner of the cabin, listening. Everything appeared normal. The stove was still warm, the windows intact, nothing moved. The sense of presence, however, remained. I tried to calm myself, telling myself I was imagining things, that the isolation was playing tricks on my mind. The next day, I decided to investigate the perimeter of the cabin. The ground was soft from recent rain, and I immediately noticed footprints. They were human, large, and they led from the edge of the forest directly to the cabin's door. My stomach sank. The prints were fresh, and I could see where the mud had been disturbed. There were no signs of theft or vandalism, but the presence alone was enough to terrify me. Someone had been near, maybe even inside, while I slept. I spent the next hours preparing. I gathered rocks and pieces of wood to reinforce the door, cleared the area immediately around the cabin to remove places someone could hide, and made sure my knife and axe were within reach at all times. I avoided going into the forest alone, instead keeping near the clearing where I could see all around me. Every sound made me jump. The snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the distant howl of a coyote. By the second night, I was exhausted but also more alert than I had ever been in my life. I stayed awake much of the night, listening, watching, and ready to react. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again, the faint sound of someone moving through the trees. This time, it was accompanied by a snapping branch much closer than before. My blood ran cold. I gripped the axe and waited. The movement circled the cabin slowly, careful and deliberate, like someone testing my patience. I could see the faint shimmer of a flashlight beam between the trees at one point, confirming that this was not an animal. I spent the rest of the night in that state, gripping the axe, listening to the forest, and mentally preparing for confrontation. By dawn, the intruder was gone. I didn't see anyone leave, but the signs were clear. Footprints, broken branches, and a lingering sense of being watched. I realized that I had underestimated the risks of being so isolated. The following day, I decided to take a risk and hike down to the main road. I packed lightly, keeping my axe close and moving quickly but carefully, staying near open areas where I could see anyone approaching. The forest seemed denser and darker now, the shadows longer and heavier. I forced myself to focus on the path, counting my steps, noting landmarks, anything to maintain a sense of orientation and safety. About halfway down, I heard voices, 2 men talking. I froze, hidden behind a thick oak. They were laughing, rough and careless, and moving in the direction of the cabin. Panic set in. I realized that whatever had been circling the cabin was not gone. It had likely been scouting, maybe planning. I waited until they moved past me and then ran the rest of the way to the road, careful to stay in the open. By the time I reached the main road, a small 2-lane highway, I was exhausted, shaking, and terrified. I flagged down a passing car and explained my situation briefly. The driver called the local authorities, and within the hour, a ranger arrived with a deputy. We returned to the cabin together. The ranger took careful notes, inspected the surrounding area, and confirmed what I already knew. Someone had been lurking near the cabin, possibly for days. There were footprints, signs of campfires, and even evidence of someone trying to break in. The officers set up temporary surveillance to monitor the area. Over the next few days, the cabin remained undisturbed. Rangers patrolled the surrounding forest, and I stayed nearby in a small rental until I felt safe. I realized that the experience had changed me. The cabin, once a symbol of peace and solitude, had become a reminder of how vulnerable I could be when isolated. Yet, I also felt a strange sense of accomplishment. I had survived, had taken precautions, and had acted decisively when the danger became clear. Eventually, I returned home, carrying with me the lessons of that trip. I kept in touch with the rangers who occasionally updated me on the area. The cabin remained intact, but I never went back. Instead, I sought other ways to connect with nature, ones that included some safety, human presence, and communication. The forest itself was not dangerous. I realized the danger. I had been planning the trip for months. The idea was simple: escape the city for a week, disconnect completely, and spend time in the quiet of the woods. I found the cabin online, tucked deep in a national forest several hours from the nearest town. From the photos, it looked like a small, sturdy wooden structure, isolated and surrounded by dense pine trees. There was a creek nearby, and a narrow dirt road led up to the cabin. It seemed perfect for what I wanted: a week of solitude and peace. I packed my car with everything I thought I might need: food that could last a week without refrigeration, a small propane stove, a first aid kit, extra blankets, and most importantly, plenty of water. I also brought a journal and some books, planning to spend long hours reading by the fireplace or simply sitting outside listening to the wind through the trees. The drive up was long but calm. I left early in the morning, the sky still gray and heavy with lingering mist from the night before. The city faded behind me as I drove along winding roads through small towns and farmland. Eventually, the pavement ended, and I found myself on a rough dirt track that crisscrossed through thick woods. The forest was quiet except for the occasional crow or rustle of leaves in the wind. I arrived at the cabin in the early afternoon. The small wooden building looked exactly like it had in the photos, maybe even better in person. The roof was steep, and smoke curled from the chimney, though I knew it hadn't been used recently. I stepped out of the car, feeling the crisp air of the forest fill my lungs. The first hour I spent unpacking and inspecting the cabin. It was small but functional. One main room with a fireplace, a small kitchen area, and a narrow loft that served as a bedroom. There was a small porch at the front and a fire pit outside. Everything was clean, though it clearly hadn't been lived in for a while. I felt a small thrill of satisfaction. I had done this before, renting cabins and hiking alone, but this one felt more isolated than any other. The sense of being entirely alone, of having nothing but the forest around me, was both exhilarating and slightly unnerving. As evening approached, I lit the fireplace and settled into the routine I had planned. I cooked a simple meal, then sat with my back against the wall, watching the flames and listening to the forest. There were sounds I didn't expect: twigs snapping, distant bird calls, the hum of insects, but nothing that made me truly uneasy. The first night passed uneventfully. I slept in the loft, the thin mattress surprisingly comfortable, and woke feeling refreshed. The second day was clear and sunny. I decided to explore the area, following a trail that ran behind the cabin and eventually led to the creek I had seen in the map. The trail was narrow and overgrown in places, but it was manageable. I hiked for hours, stopping occasionally to rest or take pictures. The forest was alive with the quiet sounds of nature: the rustling of leaves, the buzz of insects, the soft splash of water as I approached the creek. When I returned, I felt content. The isolation was peaceful, almost meditative. It was the third night when things began to feel different. I was in the cabin, sitting by the fire, when I noticed a sound outside that made my stomach tighten. It was subtle at first, a low, continuous scratching coming from somewhere near the cabin. I paused, straining to hear, but the sound stopped as suddenly as it had started. I convinced myself it was an animal, maybe a deer rubbing against a tree, or a raccoon looking for food. Still, I felt a prickle of unease. I checked the doors and windows, making sure everything was locked and secure, and eventually forced myself to relax. The fourth day brought clouds and a thin drizzle that lasted most of the morning. I spent the day inside, reading and writing, though the sound of rain tapping against the roof added a subtle tension to the quiet. Around midday, I decided to check my supplies. I realized that the flashlight I had brought was weaker than I remembered, its battery barely lasting more than an hour. I made a mental note to be careful if I needed it later. That evening, the scratching returned. This time, it was louder and seemed closer, as if something was circling the cabin. I froze, trying to pinpoint its source, but it remained elusive. My mind raced through possibilities. Could it be an animal, something larger like a raccoon or even a bear? I had read that bears sometimes scavenge near cabins, though I had seen no signs of them in the area. I checked my kitchen windows. Everything seemed intact. And then, for the first time since arriving, I felt genuinely frightened. Sleep was difficult that night. I lay awake in the loft, listening. The scratching continued at irregular intervals, sometimes close enough that I could hear the faint thud of whatever it was stepping on the wooden porch. I reminded myself that this was a forest, that animals were normal, that there was nothing supernatural. But the sound was persistent and unnervingly close. I eventually managed a fitful sleep, waking every hour to the same noises, my heart pounding each time. The next day, I decided I needed to investigate. I packed a small bag with a knife, my flashlight, and my phone, though the signal was weak, and stepped outside. The morning was foggy, the trees shrouded in mist, which made the forest feel even more enclosed. I circled the cabin, looking for signs of whatever had been scratching at the doors and windows. At first, I saw nothing, just the usual signs of wildlife. Small tracks, broken twigs, and scattered leaves. Then, near the back porch, I noticed large, deep scratches etched into the wood. They were fresh, the splintered wood still raw. My stomach sank. These were not from a small animal. I spent hours examining the surrounding area, trying to find tracks or clues. I found large footprints in the damp earth, definitely human. Panic began to creep in. I hadn't seen anyone else on the property, and the nearest neighbors were miles away. The isolation that had seemed so appealing now felt threatening. I returned to the cabin and locked every door and window, stacking furniture against them where I could. My mind raced with worst-case scenarios. I kept thinking of ways someone could get in, how I might defend myself, how long it might take for someone to find me if I needed help. The next 2 nights were the worst. The scratching, now accompanied by occasional thumps and bumps, seemed to come from all sides. The footprints outside were larger and deeper each morning, suggesting someone, or several people, had been circling the cabin at night. I began to notice small, subtle signs. Moved furniture, items slightly shifted, footprints that appeared to start and stop abruptly, as if the person had been watching me closely. The fear was relentless. I barely slept, staying awake for long stretches, clutching the knife and listening to every sound. By the 5th day, I had established a small routine. I avoided going outside except for essential needs. I kept the fire burning constantly, more for light and warmth than for comfort. I rationed my food carefully, not wanting to make unnecessary trips to the small kitchen area. I wrote in my journal constantly, trying to document everything, hoping that if something happened, someone would know what had occurred. Each night, I barricaded myself in, constantly scanning the surrounding forest. I considered leaving, but the dirt road was long and winding, and I feared that whoever was out there might see me moving. On the 6th night, the situation escalated. I was lying in the loft, exhausted, when I heard a new sound, a soft, deliberate tapping on the windows. I froze, straining to hear. Then it came again, louder this time, rhythmic and deliberate. It was unmistakable, a human presence. My heart raced. I grabbed the knife and climbed down, checking all exits. I realized I could not stay in the cabin much longer without risking a confrontation. I decided I needed to leave at first light. Sleep was nearly impossible. I spent the rest of the night sitting by the fireplace, listening to every sound. The tapping continued intermittently, along with the scratching and thumping. I thought constantly about escape routes, about how I would make it to the car, about how I could avoid being seen. Dawn eventually arrived, pale and misty, filtering through the trees. I waited until the light was strong enough to see clearly, then moved quickly and quietly, gathering my few essentials and slipping out the back door. I ran down the dirt road, keeping low, listening for any sound of pursuit. The forest seemed unnaturally quiet, every bird and animal seemingly gone. My heart pounded, my lungs burned, and every step was heavy with fear. I reached the car after what felt like hours, though it was only a few hundred meters, and started the engine. The sound of it seemed deafening in the quiet morning. I drove without looking back, the sense of relief slowly replacing the panic. I didn't return to that area for years. Later, I learned from a ranger that there had been reports of break-ins and robberies targeting remote cabins in that region. People had been hiding in the woods, watching, and waiting for the right moment. I realized that I had been lucky. I had planned the trip for months, carefully choosing a small, remote cabin deep in the mountains. I wanted isolation, a break from the city, the chance to be completely alone with my thoughts and the rawness of nature. I had driven for hours along winding, narrow roads, past towns that seemed to shrink into nothing, until finally the asphalt ended and I was on a dirt path lined with thick, dark pine trees. The cabin was exactly what I imagined. Small, wooden, weathered, with a stone chimney and a deck that overlooked a valley shrouded in morning mist. The kind of place you see in photos and think, this is perfect. Alone, it was perfect. The first day was quiet in a comforting way. I unpacked slowly, arranging my few belongings. The cabin was sparsely furnished. A wooden table, a small bed, a kitchen area with only the basics, and a fireplace that had clearly not been used in weeks. The smell of old wood mixed with pine from outside filled the air. I unpacked food, set up a small gas stove, and walked around the deck, taking in the forest below. Birds moved between the trees, their calls echoing faintly, and the wind stirred the branches, making shadows dance across the walls. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. I lit a fire in the fireplace that evening and sat in the dim light, sipping a cup of coffee, feeling like the world outside the trees didn't exist. That night, the sounds of the forest were strange in the way they only are when you are completely alone. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, felt magnified. My imagination tried to fill in gaps, and at times my heart jumped when an animal moved too close. But I told myself it was just wildlife. I had been hiking and camping before. I knew the sounds of deer, of raccoons, of small animals scavenging in the dark. I drifted off to sleep with the fire crackling, thinking I was safe. The next morning, I decided to explore the surrounding forest. I packed a small backpack, water, food, first aid, a flashlight, a map I had printed at home. The dirt path stretched into the trees and quickly disappeared into rugged terrain. I followed a small stream, the water clear and cold, and eventually found a fallen log I could use to cross without getting wet. Everything seemed untouched, as though no one had walked here for years. I noted the solitude with a mixture of awe and apprehension. When I returned to the cabin that evening, I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the dirt near the cabin, not my own. They were fresh, and I could tell from the shape that they belonged to a human. Panic rose in my chest, but I reminded myself that maybe a hiker had passed by earlier, or someone from a nearby trail. There was no sign of anyone else. The tracks stopped at the edge of the forest. Still, I checked all the locks and reinforced the door with a heavy piece of furniture I found. I didn't sleep well that night. By the third day, the unease had grown. I heard noises outside, branches snapping, distant thumps, even once, what sounded like a muffled shout. But the forest was dense, and I could not see anyone. I made sure all windows and doors were locked, but my mind refused to settle. I started carrying a hunting knife with me whenever I left the cabin and kept a heavy stick nearby inside. I realized I had to accept that, out here, I was completely vulnerable. No cell service, no neighbors, nothing but the forest around me. I tried to rationalize, telling myself the noises were animals or the wind, but there was a pattern to some of the sounds, and a feeling I couldn't shake that I was being watched. On the fourth day, I woke to a loud banging at the cabin door. My heart jumped, and I froze for a moment, trying to understand what I had heard. Came again 3 sharp, forceful knocks. I stayed silent, holding my breath. The banging stopped after a minute, and the forest went quiet again. I did not open the door, instead retreating to a corner of the cabin, keeping my knife in hand. Hours passed. Nothing happened. I tried to calm myself, reminding myself that maybe a branch had fallen and hit the door, or a wild animal had tried to push its way inside. But something in my gut told me it was human, and that I was not alone. That night, I barely slept, every noise echoing in my mind. The following day, I resolved to leave the cabin, to return to the road and the world beyond the trees. I packed quickly, wanting to be gone before dark. As I stepped outside, the first thing I noticed was the footprints again. More than before, circling the cabin, closer this time. I froze. The footprints were clearly human, with booted feet, and they had been made recently. Panic surged, but I tried to remain calm. I checked my map and located the main road about 2 miles downhill. If I could reach it before dark, I could flag down a car. I left my backpack and knife inside the cabin. I had to move fast. I started down the dirt trail, heart hammering in my chest, every snap of a branch making me flinch. Halfway down, I thought I saw movement between the trees. A shadow, too large for a deer, too deliberate for the wind. I sped up, walking faster, then breaking into a run. My legs burned, the uneven terrain threatening to trip me. I dared not look back. The sound of footsteps seemed to echo behind me, though I could not be sure if it was real. I stumbled onto a small clearing near the stream and realized I had no idea where I was. The forest seemed endless. Panic overwhelmed me, and I sat down briefly to catch my breath, trying to make sense of the path ahead. Then I saw it, a figure moving slowly between the trees, not far from the edge of the clearing. I had no weapon, no way to defend myself except to run. My heart pounded. I turned and sprinted blindly, following the faint dirt path I thought led downhill. My feet slipped on loose rocks, my hands scratched on branches, my lungs burned, but I kept moving. After what felt like hours, though in reality was closer to 30 minutes, I emerged onto a small logging road. Relief flooded me. I could hear a distant engine, a car, and waved frantically. A truck appeared, and I flagged it down, collapsing to the ground once inside. The driver, an older man, listened as I babbled, still shaking. He called the local sheriff while I explained what had happened. They came quickly, 2 deputies who followed me back to the cabin the next day. The area around the cabin was quiet now. No one was there, no footprints, nothing. I explained everything, and they said they would check the area regularly. They suggested it might have been a transient person or someone passing through, but I knew what I had seen, the deliberate way the footsteps had circled the cabin, the figure I had glimpsed. It took weeks for me to stop feeling the panic when alone. I avoided forests, remote cabins, and hiking alone. I realized that the illusion of solitude was fragile. In a place as isolated as that cabin, danger could appear without warning, and there was no immediate help. What I learned most was about the unpredictability of other humans. Wild animals are bound by instinct, by predictable behaviors, but humans are unpredictable. They could be anywhere at any time, and there is no way to truly know their intentions. The cabin, once a dream of peace and isolation, had become a place of terror, a lesson I would never forget. I eventually sold the cabin rental, unable to face the memories it carried. And every time I see a forested road that narrows into the mountains, my chest tightens, and I remember those footsteps circling silently, almost hidden, and the fear that someone could be watching even when I thought I was completely alone. I had always liked the idea of being alone in the woods. The thought of escaping the constant hum of traffic, the endless obligations of work, and the general noise of life had become an obsession over the last year. I had finally saved enough to rent a small cabin deep in the forest, far from any town or other people. The pictures on the website had made it look perfect. An old wooden cabin surrounded by thick pine trees, with a little creek running nearby. The owner's description promised solitude and peace, and that's exactly what I wanted. I didn't want people. I wanted the forest, and the quiet, and the chance to just exist somewhere I didn't have to explain myself or be on anyone else's schedule. The drive out there took longer than I expected. My car's tires crunched over gravel roads that twisted and turned through hills and valleys, and the GPS kept recalculating when the signal dropped out in the denser parts of the forest. By the time I reached the clearing where the cabin sat, the sun was beginning its slow descent behind the treeline, and the air had cooled suddenly. There was a scent of pine mixed with damp earth that made me feel alive in a way I hadn't felt in months. The cabin itself was simple, 2 stories with a small porch and a single chimney. Smoke from someone else's fire, maybe from another cabin miles away, drifted faintly on the wind, though I didn't see any neighbors. The place was perfect, isolated, and I couldn't stop myself from grinning as I pulled my bags out of the car. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of wood polish and old firewood. Dust covered the corners of the floors, and cobwebs clung to the ceiling beams, but it didn't feel unwelcoming. On the counter, there was a small welcome packet, instructions for the wood stove, a map of the area, and a list of emergency contacts. It all seemed normal. I unpacked my things, set up my small camping stove for cooking, and lit the wood stove, feeling that first wave of warmth as the flames caught. Outside, the shadows were deepening, and I could hear the creek nearby murmuring quietly, like the forest itself was settling in for the night. I went to bed early that first night, exhausted from the drive. The wind picked up in the trees outside, and the cabin creaked in response. I was aware of the noises, but they didn't feel threatening, just normal forest sounds. Yet, when I closed my eyes, I realized how long it had been since I'd been truly alone. There were no sirens, no cars, no neighbors talking or walking around. Just me and the woods. The silence was heavier than I had expected. I fell asleep quickly, but I woke sometime in the middle of the night to a sound that froze me in place. It was subtle at first, a snapping of twigs outside, soft, deliberate, moving around the cabin. I pressed my face to the cold window and strained my eyes in the dark. I could barely see through the trees, but it was enough to make me feel exposed. I told myself it was probably an animal, deer maybe, or a fox, but the sound didn't stop. It moved slowly, circling the cabin in a way that didn't feel natural for animals. I lay back down, trying to convince myself I was imagining it, but sleep didn't come again easily. Morning didn't bring as much relief as I hoped. The sun filtered through the trees, highlighting the forest floor and the damp pine needles, but it also illuminated broken branches around the perimeter of the cabin, like something had been brushing against the trees aggressively. My stomach sank as I examined them, remembering the sounds from the night. I went outside cautiously, keeping my eyes on the shadows between the trees. Nothing moved, nothing was visible, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I considered calling the owner, but there was barely any phone signal, and the thought of explaining my unease felt ridiculous. Who would take me seriously? I'm scared of the forest, I thought bitterly. The next day, I decided to explore a little. I took the map and hiked down to the creek. It was beautiful, more serene than I could have imagined. I sat by the water, skipping stones and feeling, for a moment, the relaxation I had hoped to find. But the unease never fully left me. Every time I looked into the treeline, I felt that same pressure, like eyes were tracking me from hidden places. I reminded myself of the obvious rational explanations. Animals, my own imagination, but deep down I knew it felt wrong. There was something in the forest, something moving in ways I couldn't account for. That night, I built a bigger fire in the stove and locked all the doors. I had brought a small flashlight and kept it on the nightstand. Every sound made me jump. The wind rattling branches, the creek rushing, distant birds. Around midnight, it happened again. First, a soft, deliberate step, then another. They moved with a rhythm that suggested someone or something was circling the cabin, studying it, waiting. I pressed myself against the wall opposite the windows and tried to control my breathing. I didn't know if whoever it was could see me, but I felt frozen, trapped inside this small wooden box in the middle of the forest. Hours passed like this, each second stretching into an eternity, until I finally fell into a fitful, uneasy sleep somewhere near dawn. When I woke, the sunlight streamed into the cabin, and the forest outside looked harmless again. I wanted to leave immediately, but I couldn't. My car was parked far down the gravel path, and the thought of navigating the forest with that creeping, invisible presence waiting somewhere between the trees made me hesitate. I tried to calm myself, rationalizing again. Maybe it was a poacher or some other person camping illegally, moving quietly through the woods. That thought made me angrier than it did scared. I wasn't going to let anyone intimidate me in my own rented cabin. For the next couple of days, I stayed on edge. I didn't go far from the cabin. I kept the fire going all day, always watched the tree lean, and made mental notes of every unusual sound or movement. One night, I finally saw it. I had stepped out briefly to grab more firewood from the stack I had built outside. Something moved quickly among the trees. At first, I thought it was a deer, but then I saw the shape, tall, thin, moving with a careful, calculated speed. It froze when it noticed me, standing completely still in the shadows, then vanished. My pulse raced. I knew now that whatever it wasn't random. It was aware I was there, and it had the patience to wait to observe. I spent that night awake, thinking about what to do. I couldn't call for help reliably. There was no neighbor I could reach. I had brought food for the week, water and supplies, but the thought of being trapped here, watched by some unknown person or people, made my skin crawl. I started making small changes to protect myself. I made sure all windows were secured, set a couple of logs up to make noise if they were disturbed, and moved my sleeping area to the second floor, thinking it would give me a better vantage point. I didn't want to confront whoever was out there. I wanted to survive, and I didn't know if running would be safe either. The following night, it became clear they were trying to get in. The sound of snapping branches escalated into deliberate, heavy knocks on the cabin walls. The thin metal of the roof rang with strikes, each one reverberating through the floor. I clutched a heavy cast iron pan and stayed in the corner of the upper floor, trying to remain silent. The noises continued for what felt like hours. Then silence. I waited, sweating, trembling, until the sun's first light. When I ventured outside, I saw the signs. Marks on the walls where tools or sticks had hit the wood. Footprints around the cabin, deliberately obscured in some areas, but visible in patches where the dirt was soft. My stomach sank. This was no longer a random forest intruder. This was someone targeting me. Panic pushed me to action. I spent the next day devising a plan to get out safely. I could wait for them to leave, but I knew it wasn't safe. They had knowledge of my presence and the cabin layout. I needed to create a distraction and leave unnoticed. I gathered all the heavy branches I could find, piled them up on one side of the cabin, and lit them in a controlled fire. The smoke would draw attention. I hid in the far corner of the forest, crouched low, with my backpack and essentials ready. It worked. When I emerged from the shadows, the figure had gone to investigate the smoke. I moved quickly but carefully to my car, keeping low and using the trees as cover. The forest, which had felt threatening before, became my ally. I kept my eyes on the tree lean, ears open, and finally reached my car. The keys were in my hand, my fingers trembling, but I started the engine. The tires crunched the gravel road as I sped away, heart pounding. I didn't look back. By the time I reached the main road, I felt a cautious relief settle over me. I had made it. I reported what had happened to the local authorities, giving them the cabin location and describing the intrusions, but I didn't expect much. The forest was vast, the perpetrators could be anywhere, and it seemed unlikely they would be caught quickly. I didn't care. I just wanted to be out of there. Weeks later, I learned that a series of similar incidents had occurred at other cabins in I never thought a simple weekend trip to a cabin in the mountains could turn into one of the most terrifying experiences of my life, but that is exactly what happened. It started with the drive itself, a long, winding route through dense pine forests and sharp curves carved into the mountainside. I remember gripping the steering wheel a little tighter than usual, feeling the way the car tilted with each turn, the engine straining as I went uphill. I had planned the trip for months, searching for a remote cabin far from any main road, somewhere that promised quiet and solitude. The online listing had made it sound perfect. A small wooden cabin perched above a creek, with a deck that looked out over the valley and a wood stove for warmth. Pictures showed a neat, rustic interior and a forest that stretched endlessly around the property. I was drawn to it because I wanted isolation, the kind of place where I could escape the noise of the city, clear my mind, and feel entirely disconnected from other people. I did not anticipate how dangerous that isolation could be. The first few hours were ordinary. The road became narrower and rougher as I drove higher, gravel crunching under the tires, the trees thickening until they blocked almost all sunlight. Occasionally, I would pass another car, always moving slowly, drivers waving as they passed. By late afternoon, I was close enough to the cabin to begin spotting the small details that suggested someone lived, or at least stayed, here regularly. There were small piles of firewood stacked neatly beside the road, tire tracks from previous vehicles pressed into the mud, and a faint smoke curl rising from a chimney in the distance. The cabin finally appeared around a bend, small and square, with dark wood siding that had faded to gray in places. It was even smaller than the pictures had suggested, and the deck looked as if it hadn't been used in a while. Leaves were scattered across its boards, and one of the railings was slightly loose. I parked in front and got out, stretching my stiff legs and taking a deep breath of the mountain air. It smelled of damp pine and earth, sharp and sweet at the same time. The quiet was almost suffocating, an oppressive silence that made my own movements sound exaggerated. I carried my backpack inside, noticing that the cabin was cooler than I expected, the wooden walls seeming to absorb the heat of the late afternoon sun. The interior was sparse but functional. There was a small kitchen with a stove and sink, a table with 2 chairs, and a tiny living area with a wood stove. The bedroom was just a loft above, accessible by a narrow ladder. I set my things down and walked around the cabin, checking the windows and doors. Everything seemed normal, solid, and secure. As the sun began to set, I started a fire in the stove and prepared a simple dinner. The crackle of the fire filled the room, a small comfort against the darkness creeping across the forest outside. I ate slowly, feeling an unease I couldn't immediately place. It was the kind of unease that comes from being somewhere truly isolated, where no one can hear you if something goes wrong. I tried to push it aside, telling myself it was just the quiet, that my imagination was overactive. But as the evening deepened, the feeling persisted, growing heavier with each hour. Night arrived quickly in the mountains. By 9 o'clock, the forest outside was pitch black, the trees reduced to jagged shadows under the weak light of the moon. I finished my dinner and sat near the stove, listening to the wind rustle through the trees. Then I heard it, a faint crunching outside, near the edge of the deck. My heart jumped, and I froze, straining to hear. Another step, closer this time, followed by a dragging sound. I reminded myself that it could be an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. Still, the sound was deliberate, slow, and heavy, like something was moving with intention. I grabbed a flashlight and carefully opened the door, shining the beam over the deck and the area just beyond. Nothing, not a single animal, no fallen branches, nothing to explain the sound. I checked the cabin thoroughly, locking the doors and windows again, feeling a tension in my shoulders that refused to fade. I tried to sleep, but the wind outside made the trees creak and sway, and every snap or rustle sounded like footsteps approaching the cabin. I kept imagining someone standing just beyond the tree line, watching me, waiting. My mind raced with all the scenarios of how someone could have gotten here unnoticed, someone who might want to harm me or break in. I told myself it was irrational, that the nearest road was far away and no one could reach me without being seen. But my unease didn't fade. I stayed awake for hours, sitting against the wall, flashlight in hand, listening to the forest breathe around me. Around 3 in the morning, I finally dozed off, only to be awakened by a loud thud against the front door. I jolted upright, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. Another thud followed, then a dragging sound across the deck. Someone was out there. My first instinct was to call the police, but I realized that my phone had no signal. The nearest cell tower was too far, the mountains blocking all connection. Panic set in, sharp and cold. I needed a plan. I grabbed the largest knife I had in the kitchen and moved to the bedroom loft, where I could see the front door. I waited. The thuds continued, slow and rhythmic, like someone testing the door, or worse, trying to break it. I could hear a soft, almost imperceptible shuffle outside, the kind of sound that makes your stomach turn. I tried to reason. Whoever it was, they couldn't stay forever, and if I stayed silent and didn't draw attention, maybe they would leave. I sat in the loft, holding the knife tightly, listening to every sound. My body tensed as though ready to spring. Hours passed. Eventually, the sounds stopped and I dozed lightly, but only when the first light of dawn seeped through the windows did I allow myself a small sense of relief. The morning light revealed nothing unusual outside. No footprints in the mud, no signs that anyone had been on the deck, no broken branches. It was as if the night's terror had been a hallucination, but I knew better. Something had been there. I spent the day moving cautiously, checking the perimeter, examining every window and door. The forest seemed peaceful again, the way it might appear after a storm. But I could not shake the lingering fear, the sense that isolation had magnified something basic and primal within me. I decided I needed more security. I moved heavy furniture in front of the door and gathered sticks and stones outside to make a perimeter alarm. Anything that could make noise if someone approached. I prepared myself mentally for the possibility that whoever had been outside might return. That night, I slept little, taking turns checking the windows and doors every hour, flashlight and knife in hand. The wind made the trees sound like they were whispering threats, every shadow stretching like a hand reaching toward me. The following morning, I noticed fresh footprints in the mud near the creek behind the cabin. They were large, human, and unmistakable. My pulse quickened. Whoever had come the night before had not been an animal. They had been close enough to touch the cabin if they had wanted. I took photos of the footprints and tried to trace them, but the forest was thick, and the ground was soft and muddy from overnight rain. Whoever had left them was long gone, but the reality of what could have happened pressed down on me like a weight. I knew I could not stay another night without some form of contact. I packed quickly, trying not to make noise, and drove down the narrow, twisting road as fast as I dared. Every shadow along the edge of the trees seemed alive, every sound amplified. I kept scanning the roadside, half expecting to see a figure moving among the trees. The drive felt endless. By the time I reached a small town at the base of the mountain, the tension had not left me. I went straight to the local police station and reported everything. The thuds, the dragging sounds, the footprints. They were professional, taking notes and asking questions. But their calmness was a stark contrast to the fear that had filled me. After giving my statement, I stayed in the town for a few days, unable to return to the cabin. Eventually, I came back with a police officer who helped me investigate the property. They found nothing definitive, no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a previous intruder still on the property. But they did note that the isolation made it a target for anyone looking to scare or trap someone. The cabin, while picturesque, was far too remote for safety without proper precautions. I finally felt some sense of closure when the police assured me it was safe to remove my belongings and sell the cabin if I wanted. The sense of powerlessness I had felt during those nights slowly faded, replaced by a sober understanding of how isolation could be exploited. I sold the cabin shortly afterward, moving on from the experience but never forgetting it. Even now, years later, I think about that first night, the sounds in the dark, the weight of being completely alone and exposed. It taught me a lesson I will never forget. Isolation is not just quiet and peaceful. It is a vulnerability, and the line between solitude and danger is thinner than we realize. I had been looking forward to this weekend for weeks, ever since I booked the small cabin deep in the forest. Life had been exhausting, full of constant noise, endless emails, and the same routine that seemed to drag me into a slow, unending rhythm. I wanted solitude, a place where I could think, breathe, and not feel the pressure of the world pressing down on me. The cabin was advertised as remote, off-grid, and peaceful. The photos showed a small wooden structure with a fireplace, surrounded by towering pines, with a little stream cutting through the property. I had imagined mornings spent with coffee on the porch, afternoons wandering the woods, and evenings reading in front of the fireplace, completely disconnected. The drive had been long, winding through narrow country roads that grew smaller and more cracked the further I went. My GPS had eventually stopped giving directions, simply showing a blue dot on a sea of green, and I realized I would have to rely on the old paper map I had packed. The last mile to the cabin was gravel, pothole-filled, and bordered by thick forest that seemed to lean in as if it were watching me. When I finally arrived, the sun was beginning to sink behind the trees, casting long shadows across the ground. The cabin looked exactly like the pictures, maybe even more isolated than I had expected. There was no one around, no other cars, no sounds of civilization except the rustling of leaves in the wind. I parked and got out, stretching after the long drive, and I noticed how quiet it was. Not just the absence of people, but a complete lack of ordinary sound. No distant dogs barking, no birds singing, no cars. Just silence, heavy and expectant, broken occasionally by the distant crack of a branch. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth. I carried my bags inside, noticing how the cabin felt colder than it looked. The wooden walls, though sturdy, seemed to trap the cold air inside. I flicked the light switch, but there was no electricity. I had read that the cabin relied on a generator, but it was manual, and the instructions were in a small binder. After a few minutes of fumbling, I managed to get it running, the soft hum of the generator filling the space. The interior was simple but cozy. A small kitchen, a single bedroom, a living area with a fireplace, and a bathroom that smelled faintly of mildew. There was a pile of chopped wood by the fireplace, neatly stacked, and I felt a small relief knowing I could keep the cabin warm. I unpacked my things, organizing my clothes, my camera, and my food. I had brought canned goods, a small cooler with fresh items, and a thermos with coffee. As night fell, I lit the fireplace, enjoying the warmth and the crackling sound. I sat on the worn sofa, looking out the window at the darkness of the forest. I could barely make out the shapes of trees, their forms shifting as the wind moved through them. I reminded myself that I had come here for peace, for solitude, and to disconnect from everything else. But as the night deepened, a subtle unease began to creep in. I couldn't see far, only the immediate clearing around the cabin, and the shadows in the trees seemed thicker than they should have been. Every little sound, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the distant thump of something moving, made me start slightly. I tried to focus on reading, but my attention kept drifting to the sounds outside. I reminded myself that animals lived here, and they were likely the source of every noise. Still, there was a rhythm to the sounds that didn't feel natural. The rustling moved closer, and then farther, almost like someone or something was pacing just at the edge of the clearing. I told myself it was absurd, that I was alone, that I had checked the locks, and the cabin was secure. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being observed. Sleep was fitful. I kept waking to strange noises, shadows in the corners of the windows, and a deep, gnawing awareness that I was completely alone in a vast, dark forest. I forced myself back to sleep each time, trying to rationalize the sounds. But by morning, when the sun barely started breaking through the dense canopy, I felt exhausted, tense, and unsettled. The first day was spent exploring. I walked along the stream, noticing the marks of animals, the broken branches, and footprints that didn't belong to me. I took pictures of the landscape, but I couldn't ignore the sense of being watched. It wasn't fear of an immediate threat. It was something slower, more creeping, like the forest itself had a consciousness and it was curious. I kept reminding myself that I was projecting my own fears, that the wilderness was indifferent, and that humans alone felt the weight of isolation. Evening came faster than I expected. I returned to the cabin, lit the fireplace again, and prepared a simple meal. I tried to distract myself with reading, but the shadows outside kept moving unnaturally. Then, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A series of marks in the dirt near the edge of the clearing. They were long scratches, deep enough to tear bark from the young trees around them, leading up to the cabin and stopping abruptly. My heart raced. I had left the windows closed and the doors locked. Whoever or whatever had made these marks hadn't entered the cabin. I examined the marks, the soil, the torn bark. They were recent. Night came and the sounds intensified. It wasn't just animals now. I could hear heavy breathing, the snap of twigs under deliberate steps, the brush of movement just beyond the perimeter of light from the cabin. I stayed by the fireplace, keeping the fire high. The shadows beyond the clearing seemed alive, shifting, bending toward the cabin as if probing. I reminded myself that the nearest road was miles away, that no one could have come this far without being noticed, and yet the marks suggested otherwise. Sleep was impossible. I stayed awake all night, sitting with a baseball bat I had brought, listening to the forest, straining to hear over the crackle of the fire. At one point, I thought I saw a figure crouched at the edge of the clearing, moving with deliberate stealth. It vanished when I blinked, leaving only the shadows of the trees. My mind tried to rationalize it, insisting I had imagined it, that shadows played tricks on the eyes at night. But my rationality felt thin, fragile, stretched to the breaking point by exhaustion and fear. By morning, I knew I needed to leave. I didn't feel safe. I packed quickly, double-checked the doors, and started the generator to charge my phone, hoping I could get a signal. There was none. The forest swallowed the signal, and my attempts at calling anyone failed. I decided I would walk to the road rather than risk driving on the gravel path, feeling safer on foot in case someone was hiding near the cabin. I grabbed my pack, took the bat with me, and stepped into the forest, leaving the cabin behind. The walk was slow and tense. Every step, every crackle of leaves beneath my boots, made me flinch. I kept looking back, half expecting to see someone following. The marks from the previous day were gone, washed away by the morning dew or wind, leaving no trace that anyone or anything had been there. But the memory of them stayed, vivid, gnawing at my mind. After what felt like hours, I finally reached the gravel road. Relief hit me in waves. I walked along the road until I saw a passing car, and I flagged it down. The driver, a local, looked concerned when I explained that I had been staying in the cabin alone and that I felt unsafe. He offered to take me back to the nearest town, and I gratefully accepted, sinking into the passenger seat and shaking from adrenaline and fear. Once in town, I booked a hotel for the night. The safety of lights, people, and civilization felt like a balm to my frayed nerves. I stayed up most of the night, replaying the events in my mind, trying to understand what had happened. It seemed impossible that anyone had been near the cabin, yet the marks and the noises were undeniable. I finally allowed myself to relax only when morning came, and the sunlight spilled into the room, warm and reassuring. A few days later, I returned to the cabin, but not to stay. I needed closure. I walked the perimeter, examined the forest floor, and looked for evidence of intruders. There was nothing. No tracks, no broken branches, no signs of human presence beyond what could have been explained by wildlife. The cabin itself was undisturbed, as if I had imagined everything. But I knew I hadn't. I had felt it, heard it, and lived through the terror of being watched, trapped, and alone in a remote place. I left the forest that day, feeling a mixture of relief and lingering unease. I couldn't explain it fully, but I also didn't need to. The experience had changed me, sharpened my awareness, and taught me the fragility of safety. Sometimes, isolation wasn't peaceful. It was a mirror reflecting how vulnerable humans truly are when cut off from the world. I never returned to that cabin again, and I never tried to recreate the solitude I had sought. But I carried the memory with me, vivid and unshakable, a lesson in vigilance, intuition, and the raw, untamed presence of the natural world. Years later, I would still think about I had been planning the cabin trip for months. I wanted a real escape, far away from the city noise, away from the constant pressure of work and everything else that seemed to weigh on me day after day. I found a small wooden cabin online, somewhere deep in the northern woods, far enough from the nearest road that it would take an hour of rough driving just to reach it. The pictures made it look peaceful, the kind of place where you could breathe without thinking about bills, emails, or the constant buzzing of life. I imagined waking up to the sound of birds, making coffee by a small stove, and spending the day hiking, reading, or just sitting in silence. The drive out was long and quiet. I packed lightly. A few clothes, food for a couple of days, some books, a flashlight, and a small first aid kit. The GPS worked only intermittently, and the last 10 miles were on a dirt track that twisted through dense trees, over roots and rocks, and along small streams. Every now and then, a deer would dart across the path, and once I caught a glimpse of a fox. I felt completely alone in the best way possible. The forest smelled damp, earthy, and alive, and with each mile I felt a little lighter, almost like shedding the weight of the world behind me. When I finally reached the cabin, the sun was low, and the shadows between the trees were long and deep. The cabin was small but sturdy, built from rough logs and a roof of wooden shingles. There was a small porch with a wooden railing, and a fire pit in the yard surrounded by stones. It looked untouched, almost forgotten, but not in a way that felt abandoned. The windows were dusty, and the door creaked when I pushed it open. Inside, the air was cold and smelled of wood and mildew, but it was not unpleasant. The walls were bare, a few old shelves with some dusty jars, a small kitchen with a stove and a sink, and a single bedroom in the back. The floorboards groaned under my weight, and I made a mental note to walk slowly so I wouldn't draw attention to any weak spots. There was no phone signal, just the faint crackle of an old landline somewhere in the corner, though it didn't work. No electricity except for some old wiring that I didn't touch. There was water from a nearby well and a small stack of firewood by the fireplace. I felt the first twinge of unease, that subtle feeling when you know you are somewhere completely alone, and there is no one to check in on you, no way to call for help if something goes wrong. But it was part of the appeal. This was isolation on purpose. I set my bag down and walked around, exploring the cabin carefully. The windows were small, the kind you could close tightly, and all of them had thick wooden shutters. I could see the forest outside through the cracks. The light was fading quickly. I decided to make a small fire in the fireplace to take the chill off. I stacked the wood carefully, struck a match, and watched as the flames slowly caught. The warmth filled the room, and I sat on the floor, letting the heat soak into my bones. The shadows from the fire danced on the walls, moving like dark water, and for a moment I felt entirely alone in the world. It was peaceful, but there was an undercurrent of tension. The kind that comes from knowing you are entirely exposed to the elements, to whatever is out there in the dark, and there is no one around to notice if something goes wrong. I unpacked my small supply of food, canned goods, and a few snacks. I ate slowly, savoring the quiet, the crackling of the fire, the smell of burning wood, and the soft sound of wind in the trees. As night fell, the darkness outside became thick and suffocating. I could barely make out the shapes of the trees. Every sound, an animal rustling, a branch breaking, made me tense. The forest was alive and it felt like it was watching. I went to bed early, laying on the thin mattress in the bedroom. The sheets smelled faintly of damp, and I covered myself with my jacket for warmth. Outside, the wind moaned through the trees. I tried to sleep, but every creak and crack of the cabin made me startle. I kept imagining someone or something moving outside. I told myself it was only my imagination, that the forest had noises, that animals moved at night, that the wind made strange sounds through the trees. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, and it was aware of me. Around midnight, I woke up. The fire had died down to embers. The cabin was dark, save for a thin streak of moonlight coming through a crack in the window. I thought I heard a sound outside the cabin. It was faint, almost like footsteps on the ground, careful and deliberate. I froze, listening. The sound stopped. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a deer or a fox, but the sound was different, slower, heavier. I strained my ears. Nothing. I got up quietly and went to the window. I pressed my face against the cold glass, trying to see, but the forest was black. No shapes moved. Only the trees swayed in the wind. I went back to bed, heart pounding, trying to tell myself I was imagining it, but sleep wouldn't come. At dawn, I woke to the sound of the wind stronger than before, rattling the cabin and bending the trees. The forest outside was misty, and the morning light made everything look silver and gray. I decided to go outside and inspect the area. I needed to know if there were signs of anyone or anything near the cabin. I took a flashlight and stepped onto the porch. The ground around the cabin was soft from recent rain. That was when I saw it. Footprints in the mud. Not animal tracks, human. Large, muddy, walking slowly around the cabin. I froze. The prints were fresh. Someone had been outside, maybe all night. I checked the other sides of the cabin. The prints went around, never too far, then disappeared into the woods. My stomach tightened. I had no idea who it could be. The nearest house was miles away. I considered leaving immediately, but the road was rough, muddy from the rain, and I didn't want to risk driving in the dark, slick conditions. I had to wait until the sun was higher. I also knew I had to be careful. Whoever it was could be nearby and they might be watching. I went back inside, locked the door, and tried to make myself breakfast. Every sound made me jump. The wind, the trees, a bird, the creek running nearby. But the thought that someone had been circling the cabin all night stayed with me. I spent the day quietly inside, keeping the fire going, moving quietly, peeking through the windows, listening for any sound outside. At one point, I thought I saw movement through the trees, a shadow then gone. My stomach churned. I made a plan. I couldn't just stay in the cabin all day. I needed a way to signal for help if necessary. I gathered all the batteries I had for my flashlight and a few small flares from my car. I also found an old hunting rifle in the corner, probably left by the previous owner. It was rusted but functional. I cleaned it as best as I could. I didn't want to think about using it, but it gave me a small sense of control. I kept checking the windows, tracing the prints I had seen in the mud. It was impossible to know if whoever had left them was still there or had gone, but I had a gut feeling I wasn't alone. That night, I barely slept. Every sound made me sit up. Every shadow outside the window seemed to move closer. I decided not to use the fire, leaving only a small lamp for light. I slept in my clothes, rifle by my side. Around 2 in the morning, I heard the door handle jiggle. My heart stopped. I froze, waiting. Nothing happened. I held my breath, listening. The handle moved again, slowly, deliberately. I knew then that whoever had been around the cabin had come back. I couldn't see them, but I knew they were outside the door. I considered going outside, but that would be suicide. I tried calling on the old landline, but there was no dial tone. I had no cell signal. My mind raced. I had to stay calm. I stayed in bed, holding the rifle, listening. Hours passed. The handle stopped moving. The wind died down. The forest was quiet. But I didn't sleep. I stayed awake, watching the door. When the sun rose, I looked outside. No footprints. No one. It was as if nothing had happened. I didn't trust it. I packed my bag quickly, grabbing food, water, and essentials. I checked the forest around the cabin as best I could, looking for signs of movement. Nothing. I decided to leave even if the road was rough. I locked the cabin, taking the key with me, and started the drive back. Every sound outside, the snapping of a branch, a bird call, the wind, made me tense, but I kept moving. The road was difficult, but I managed to reach a main road by midday. My hands were sore from gripping the steering wheel tightly, my heart still pounding. When I reached the first gas station, I bought a phone signal booster, water, and food, and called a friend just to speak to someone. I felt the tension drain slowly. I told myself it was over, that I was safe. Later, I realized how lucky I had been. Whoever had been outside the cabin hadn't tried to break in. Maybe they were just watching, curious, or maybe they had intended harm but decided against it. I never found out, but the experience stayed with me. I learned to I had been planning this cabin trip for months. It wasn't just a vacation. It was supposed to be an escape, a way to get away from the endless noise of the city, the constant chatter of work, and the way everything seemed to press down on me like some invisible weight. I found the cabin through a small online listing. It was tucked deep in the woods, far from the main road, with only a narrow dirt path leading to it. The pictures were old but charming. Rough wooden beams, a stone chimney, A small porch with a railing that looked like it had seen decades of seasons, and windows that reflected the surrounding forest. The description promised solitude, wildlife, and quiet nights under the stars. At the time, it seemed perfect. I left the city early on a Friday morning, carrying only what I thought I would need. A small duffel bag with clothes, a pack of bottled water, canned food, a first aid kit, and a couple of books. The drive itself was long. The GPS took me through winding roads that became smaller and smaller, and at some point, it stopped showing anything but a blank map with the cabin marked somewhere ahead. I drove slowly, careful to avoid the potholes that broke the asphalt into jagged edges. The trees on either side of the road pressed close to the car, and sometimes I would catch the reflection of movement in the rearview mirror, only to realize it was just a branch swinging in the wind. I told myself I wasn't afraid, that my imagination was just on high alert because of how isolated I was. When I finally reached the cabin, the sun was dipping low behind the treetops. I parked the car on a small patch of dirt that looked like it had once been a driveway, though it was cracked and overgrown. The cabin itself looked more worn in person than in the photos. The wood had darkened with age and weather, and the porch had a slight sag in the middle. But it had character. I liked that. The door creaked when I opened it, and inside, the air smelled faintly of dust and old wood. There were cobwebs in the corners, and the floorboards groaned under my feet. I set my bag down and walked around, taking in the kitchen with its rusted sink, the small living area with a fireplace, and a bedroom with a thin mattress that looked like it had been left there for decades. I unpacked a few things, then opened one of the windows to let in the smell of the forest. Night came quickly. I lit the small gas lamp I had brought and started preparing some canned beans over the cabin's old stove. The sound of the wind through the trees was constant, sometimes like a low hum, sometimes a harsh whistle. I had expected that, but it still made me uneasy. The forest beyond the cabin seemed alive, not with anything supernatural, but with something just as unpredictable. Animals moved through it, and the shadows cast by the trees looked larger and more threatening than they were. I tried to remind myself that I was alone, that I was safe, and that there was nothing here that wanted to hurt me. After dinner, I cleaned up the dishes and went to sit by the window with one of my books. But I couldn't focus. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves, made me jump. At some point, I realized I could hear something closer than the forest. Footsteps, or at least something that sounded like footsteps, scraping lightly against the dirt just outside the cabin. I froze. I didn't move, trying to tell myself it was an animal, probably a deer or a raccoon. But the noise didn't stop. It circled the cabin, slow and deliberate. I turned on the small flashlight I kept near the bed and shone it outside. The beam cut through the darkness, and I saw nothing. Nothing at all. I decided to wait it out, hoping whoever or whatever it was would leave. Hours passed. The noise never returned, but I couldn't sleep. I kept listening to every shift in the wind, every movement of the trees. Around 3 in the morning, I heard it again, but this time it was closer, more precise. Someone was walking deliberately along the path that led to the cabin. My heart was pounding. I thought of calling the police, but there was no signal for my phone here. Not a bar, not a single blinking light. I felt the first real surge of fear I had all night. I remembered the old kitchen knife in the drawer. I gripped it tightly and walked to the window. I could see the faint outline of a figure through the darkness, tall, thin, moving slowly, carefully. Whoever it was, they knew where I was. They were circling the cabin, looking for a way in. My mind raced. I remembered the porch and the weak railing, the old door that didn't lock properly. I thought of my options. I could barricade the door with the small wooden table in the living room. That would buy me some time. I pushed the table against the door and then took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. I sat in the corner of the living room, knife in hand, listening. The figure stopped for a moment, right outside the window I had opened earlier. I could hear them breathing. I held my breath, gripping the knife so tightly my knuckles turned white. Then, after what felt like an eternity, they moved away, slowly, deliberately, back into the darkness of the trees. I didn't sleep after that. I stayed awake until dawn, barely blinking, barely moving, listening to every sound. When the first rays of sunlight touched the trees, I dared to step outside. The dirt path was empty, no footprints, no sign that anyone had been there. I thought about leaving immediately, but the car was too far down the winding road, and I couldn't risk someone intercepting me before I got there. I stayed inside all day, windows closed, doors locked, watching the forest. The day passed slowly, every shadow making me flinch. I ate canned beans again, cold, without cooking, because I didn't want to leave the safety of the cabin. Night came again. This time, I didn't bother with the lamp. I stayed in the corner near the door, knife in hand, listening. Hours passed. Nothing came. The fear was still there, but it had changed from raw panic to a tense vigilance. I was exhausted, but I forced myself to stay awake. I had learned something important. Whoever had been outside was gone, at least for now. I didn't know why they had come, and I didn't want to. By the next morning, I felt a strange mix of relief and dread. I knew I couldn't stay another night. I packed everything, checking the locks, checking the windows, and made sure nothing was left outside that could draw attention. The drive back to the main road was tense. Every rustle, every movement in the trees made me flinch. But eventually, the forest gave way to paved roads, and I was back in civilization. I called the police as soon as I had signal and reported the incident. They said they would send someone to check the area, though I wasn't optimistic. Looking back, I realize now that the cabin wasn't scary because of ghosts or monsters. It was scary because it reminded me how alone I could be, how vulnerable I could be, and how the world outside the safety of civilization could feel threatening. The isolation made my senses sharper, my mind more alert, and every small sound became amplified. I never returned to that cabin, and I don't think I ever will. But I learned something important about myself. Fear isn't about fantasy. It's about reality, about knowing that danger can come in simple, quiet forms, like someone watching from the shadows. And sometimes the safest thing is not to brave the darkness at all, but to leave it behind. Even now, years later, I sometimes think about that cabin. I can remember the smell of the old wood, the feel of the cold night air through the cracked windows, the sound of footsteps in the dirt. The memory is vivid, sharp. It isn't a story to scare others. It's a reminder. Life is unpredictable, and danger doesn't always wear a mask. It is patient, quiet, and it comes without warning. And knowing that makes me careful, aware, and alive in a way I wasn't before. I had been planning the trip for months, convincing myself that a weekend alone in the cabin, deep in the forest, would be exactly what I needed to disconnect from the noise of the city. Work had been relentless, emails and phone calls had started seeping into my sleep, and I had reached a point where even the quiet of my own apartment felt suffocating. The cabin wasn't fancy, just a small wooden structure that sat beside a shallow, winding stream, with a narrow trail leading back into dense trees. From the photos online, it looked cozy, isolated, and peaceful. That was enough for me. I left the city in the early morning, carrying only a backpack with the essentials. A sleeping bag, food that didn't require refrigeration, a small camping stove, water, a first aid kit, and a flashlight with extra batteries. The drive itself was quiet and long, roads narrowing into gravel and then dirt, and the smell of pine began to dominate the air. By the time I parked near the small wooden sign that read the cabin's name, the sun was hanging low in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees. There was a faint chill in the air, not unpleasant, just the kind of cold that makes your skin feel alive. I unlocked the door, the metal squealing softly, and stepped inside. The cabin was exactly as described. Small, sturdy, with a simple layout. A main room with a small kitchen area, a wood stove, a table, and a few chairs. A narrow hallway led to a tiny bedroom at the back, with a single bed and a small dresser. Everything smelled faintly of wood and old pine sap, which I found comforting. The windows were uncurtained, offering a full view of the surrounding forest, and I immediately noticed how utterly silent it was outside. There were no cars, no birds, no distant voices, just the rustle of leaves in the wind and the occasional snap of a twig. I told myself that was part of the appeal, part of the reason I had come. After setting my things down, I made a small fire in the stove, lighting a few logs I found stacked in the corner. The warmth spread slowly through the room, making the cabin feel alive, and I unpacked my stove and food, preparing a simple meal. As I ate, I sat near the window, watching the forest deepen in shadow as the sun dipped below the horizon. The forest seemed to swallow the light quickly, and soon darkness covered the cabin entirely, leaving only the dim glow of the fire to keep me company. I finished my meal and decided to explore the cabin more thoroughly, checking every corner to make sure everything was as it should be. There were no signs of recent visitors, no footprints near the door except mine, no strange smells except the natural scent of pine and wood. Everything seemed ordinary. I went outside briefly to stretch my legs, the cool night air filling my lungs, and I followed the narrow trail along the stream for a short distance. The forest was thick, the trees close together, and every sound seemed amplified. The rustle of leaves, the distant call of an animal, the cracking of a branch under its own weight. I found myself thinking about how isolated I was, how far I was from anyone else, and a tiny, nagging unease crept into the back of my mind. But I shrugged it off. I had planned this isolation. I had chosen it. Back inside, I settled near the fire and pulled out a notebook, thinking I might write, or at least organize my thoughts. The fire crackled and hissed, filling the room with its faint, comforting noise, and I started to feel a sense of calm. I thought about going to bed early, but I lingered, enjoying the quiet and the smell of the burning wood. Then I heard it, a faint sound outside the window, like someone stepping on dry leaves. My first thought was that it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the noise continued, deliberate and slow, moving closer to the cabin. My heart rate increased slightly. I stood and moved to the window, peering out into the darkness. The shadows were deep, and I couldn't see much beyond the edge of the firelight spilling out of the window. The sound of the steps continued intermittently, sometimes pausing, then moving again. It didn't match the pattern of an animal moving. It felt intentional, cautious, like someone was circling the cabin. I tried to convince myself it was the wind moving branches or an animal investigating, but the thought didn't settle my nerves. I turned on the flashlight, aiming it toward the edge of the cabin, and for a moment, I thought I saw a movement, a dark shape that ducked behind a tree. Panic rose in me, but I forced myself to stay calm. I grabbed a heavy kitchen knife from the counter and kept the flashlight trained on the area outside. The wind rustled the leaves, and the shape didn't reappear, but I could hear faint footsteps retreating into the darkness. I tried to convince myself it was over, that I had imagined it, but the sense of being watched stayed with me. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept the flashlight within reach and the knife beside me, checking the windows repeatedly, every small sound setting me on edge. The next morning, I decided to venture further along the trail, to clear my mind and remind myself that I was capable of handling the situation. I packed some water and a small snack, leaving the cabin door slightly ajar in case I needed to return quickly. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds and insects now, but the previous night's tension lingered. I followed the trail along the stream, noticing how isolated everything felt. The trail was narrow, winding, and often littered with fallen branches. The deeper I went, the more I realized that no one else had walked here recently. The ground was soft with fallen pine needles, and I could see my own footprints behind me. About an hour in, I heard a new sound, snapping branches from somewhere deeper in the woods, not along the trail but off to the side. I froze, listening. The sound stopped as suddenly as it started, then came again, closer this time. My heart thumped in my chest, and I thought about heading back, but curiosity and a stubborn sense of control pushed me forward. I adjusted the flashlight in my backpack, knowing I would need it once the sun set. The sound of movement came again, now more distinct. It was not just footsteps. It was deliberate, careful, and coming closer. My mind raced with possibilities. An animal, a hiker, someone else using the forest illegally. I slowed my pace, trying to stay quiet, listening for any clues about what or who it was. Then I caught a glimpse of a figure through the trees, partially hidden by shadows. I couldn't make out details, but it moved in a way that was unmistakably human. I froze, calculating my options. The trail was narrow, leaving few escape routes, and the figure seemed to be circling, just out of direct sight. I decided to backtrack slowly, keeping the figure in my peripheral vision. Every step made my nerves jump, and the forest, which had seemed peaceful earlier, now felt like a maze. The figure didn't approach directly but kept its distance, following my path. By the time I returned to the cabin, my hands were shaking, and I realized I had left the door slightly open. I slammed it shut, bolted it, and stacked a few logs against it just to be safe. For the next day and night, I remained inside, refusing to go outside except to quickly check the firewood pile and gather water from the stream. The feeling of being watched never left me. Every small noise, every shadow outside the window made me jump. I spent hours planning, thinking about how I could defend myself or escape if necessary. I realized that my phone had no signal here, and the nearest road was miles away. If someone intended harm, I would have very little time to react. On the third morning, I decided I could not remain trapped indefinitely. I packed my essentials, preparing to leave at first light. The plan was to move quickly along the trail, back to my car, and drive straight to the nearest town. Before leaving, I did a careful check around the cabin. Everything seemed as I had left it, except for small, subtle changes. Footprints near the back door, too deliberate to be the wind or an animal, and the faint scent of smoke that didn't belong to my fire. Someone had been there while I slept. My stomach sank. I realized I had underestimated how closely someone had been watching me. I left the cabin cautiously, moving quickly along the trail, constantly scanning the forest. The sun was just rising, casting long shadows that made the trees look like tall, leaning figures. I kept my pace steady, knowing that panicking would slow me down. Every few minutes, I paused to listen, but there were no sounds of pursuit. It was as if the figure had melted back into the woods once daylight came. I didn't stop until I reached the gravel road that led to my car. Once in the car, I locked the doors and started the engine, scanning the road behind me. The isolation I had sought felt like a trap I had narrowly escaped. Driving back to the city, I replayed every moment of the past few days, realizing how easily things could have gone wrong. The cabin was quiet and cozy, but it had been surrounded by danger I could not see fully, people or situations I had not anticipated. Back in the city, I filed a report with the local authorities, detailing the cabin, the trail, and the footprints. They assured me they would check, but I knew that in a remote forest, I had been planning this cabin trip for months. It was supposed to be a simple getaway, a chance to disconnect from the city and spend a few days in the woods, surrounded by nothing but trees, the occasional bird, and the quiet. The cabin I rented was small, old, but solid, sitting alone on the edge of a dense forest with a small creek running nearby. The idea of being completely isolated was appealing at first. I liked the thought of waking up to the sound of birds and the wind in the trees, of drinking coffee on the porch with no one around for miles. I packed carefully, bringing extra food, water, a first aid kit, some basic tools, and plenty of firewood. I didn't want to rely on technology, and I wanted to prove to myself that I could handle a few days alone in the woods without depending on the comforts of the city. The drive there was longer than I expected. Narrow, winding roads stretched for hours through patches of dense forest. The kind of forest where sunlight barely touched the ground, where shadows formed odd shapes that seemed to move when I looked at them out of the corner of my eye. By the time I reached the last turn, I was tired, but there was a small sense of accomplishment in getting there on my own. I parked my car near the cabin and took a long look at it. It was simple, wooden with a small porch and a stone chimney, but it had a solid feel, like it had survived winters much harsher than the one I was planning to face. I unpacked slowly, organizing the kitchen, stacking the firewood, making sure I knew where everything was. The cabin had an old wood stove, a small propane stove, and running water from a well, though the instructions said to boil it before drinking. There was a lantern for light if the power went out, and a few candles just in case. I wanted to feel comfortable and safe, so I double-checked everything, even the locks on the windows and the door. When night fell, I lit the fire in the stove and sat on the porch with a cup of tea, listening to the creek trickle and the occasional snap of a branch in the woods. First, it was peaceful, calming even. The darkness pressed in around me, but it felt familiar, natural. I could hear owls hooting and the distant sound of something moving in the underbrush. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal. It had to be. The first night passed without incident. I slept in a small, creaky bed, the wind whistling through the gaps in the windows and the floorboards settling under my weight. I woke early, grateful for the quiet and the smell of smoke from the dying embers in the stove. I spent the morning exploring the area around the cabin. The creek curved gently, and I followed it upstream for a while, watching the water swirl around rocks and fallen branches. Birds flew overhead, and I saw a fox slip through the trees, cautious and silent. Everything felt remote, isolated, but safe. That afternoon, I noticed something strange. As I walked along the edge of the woods near the cabin, I saw faint footprints in the mud, large, uneven, human-like. They weren't my own, and they didn't look fresh. They were partially dried, but recent enough that someone could have been there that day. My first thought was that the owner of the cabin might have been doing maintenance or checking the property, but there was no sign of anyone now. I shrugged it off, thinking it was probably someone hiking nearby. I didn't have cell service to call and check, so I decided to keep an eye out. That night, I had trouble sleeping. The creek's constant murmur, the occasional snap of branches, and the wind through the trees all kept me on edge. I felt like I was being watched, though logically I knew I wasn't. Every time I heard a crunch of leaves or the faint shuffle of footsteps, my heart raced. I tried to convince myself it was an animal, a deer or a raccoon, something harmless. But the feeling lingered. When I got up to check the fire, I noticed fresh footprints in the snow outside the cabin door. They weren't deep, but they were definitely human. Whoever had left them had circled the cabin at some point. I froze, staring at them, trying to make sense of it. They didn't go anywhere else, just around the cabin and back into the trees. I double-checked the locks and closed all the curtains, trying to ignore the gnawing fear growing in my chest. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I fell into a fitful sleep. The next day, I decided to go further into the woods. I wanted to understand my surroundings better, maybe shake off the fear that had settled in my mind. I packed some water, a small knife, and a flashlight and set off. The forest grew denser the further I walked. Every step seemed to take me deeper into an unfamiliar world, where sounds were amplified and the shadows were darker. The further I went, the more I noticed signs of recent human presence. Broken branches where someone had passed, scraps of food, even a small, abandoned campsite that looked like it had been left for only a day or two. My stomach twisted with unease. I didn't know who these people were or why they were here. I wanted to turn back, but curiosity, and maybe pride, kept me moving forward. By late afternoon, I had wandered far from the cabin. The sun had dipped lower, and the shadows were long and strange. I realized I didn't know exactly how to get back. My sense of direction was unreliable in the thick forest. Panic started to creep in as I tried to retrace my steps, but every turn looked the same. Trees crowded in, and the creek I had followed earlier was nowhere in sight. I felt a rising tension, a sense of being trapped. The forest was beautiful, but it was indifferent, vast, and unfamiliar. I forced myself to slow down, taking careful note of landmarks, the shape of a fallen tree, the bend of a branch, the way the moss grew on rocks. I needed a plan. I needed to get back. I walked for what felt like hours, but the sun sank lower and the cold started to creep in. The wind picked up, whistling through the trees and making the forest feel alive in a way that was unnerving. Then I heard it, a faint rustle, not far off. My heart jumped. I stopped, straining to listen. It came again, a slow crunch of leaves and twigs, deliberate and measured. I told myself it was an animal, but something about it felt wrong. I held my flashlight in front of me, the beam slicing through the darkness. I didn't see anything, but the sound continued, moving closer. Panic surged. I started walking faster, almost running, trying to get back to the cabin. But the forest seemed to close in, every tree looking the same, every path seeming wrong. As the sun disappeared completely, I realized I was lost. I had no idea which way to go. My flashlight battery was low, my legs ached, and the cold was biting through my jacket. I tried to calm myself, but the sounds were all around me now. Snapping twigs, rustling leaves, and the occasional heavy, muffled step. It didn't sound like an animal. I tried to remember my route, but the forest had erased it. My chest tightened with fear. I felt trapped, alone, and unprepared. I knew I had to find the cabin before it got worse, before I got disoriented and exhausted completely. I forced myself to walk slowly, carefully, trying to mark my path. I noticed that the footprints I had seen yesterday seemed to appear again, faint impressions in the soft earth, but they didn't make sense. They weren't fresh, yet they were too clear to be old. My mind raced with scenarios, each one more terrifying than the last. I had to keep moving. I had to survive. Night fell fully, and the forest became oppressive. I could barely see my hand in front of my face, the flashlight barely illuminating more than a few feet. The sounds around me intensified. The wind through the trees, branches snapping, and something else. A low, dragging sound, like someone moving slowly over the ground, following me. My heart pounded. I tried to stay calm, breathing deeply, forcing my mind to focus on logic. I had to get out. I had to find the cabin. I tried to remember the creek, the landmarks I had noticed earlier. I picked a direction, any direction, hoping it led back. I walked carefully, every sense alert, every sound amplified in the silence around me. Hours passed, or maybe it was only minutes. Time seemed meaningless in that darkness. Then, finally, I saw a faint glow through the trees. My heart leapt. I ran toward it, stumbling over roots and rocks, my legs screaming in protest. As I got closer, I recognized the cabin's windows, the faint orange glow of the fire still burning inside. Relief washed over me in a wave I could barely describe. I burst through the door, collapsing on the floor, gasping for air, shaking from exhaustion and fear. I closed and locked the door, checked every window, and sank against the wall. I was safe, finally, in the small, familiar space of the cabin. I lit another fire, boiled water, and made a small meal, every motion grounding me back in reality, in safety. The next morning, I stayed close to the cabin, too shaken to venture far. I packed the remaining firewood and supplies carefully, knowing I wouldn't return to this place for a long time. I realized that being alone in the woods wasn't just about solitude. It was about being prepared, about I decided to take a solo trip to the cabin that I had rented deep in the mountains. I had wanted to be alone for a while, away from the constant noise and pressure of work and life. The cabin was small, old, but solid, surrounded by thick pine forest, about a 2-hour drive from the nearest town. I packed my car carefully, making sure to bring enough food, water, and firewood for a week. I also took a small first aid kit, extra batteries, a flashlight, and a handheld radio that could pick up local signals. The road to the cabin was rough, gravel and dirt winding through steep hills and dense trees. I was glad my car was sturdy, because I could feel every bump and dip on the narrow path. When I finally arrived, the sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows between the trees. The cabin was exactly as the pictures showed. Weathered wood, a slanted roof, a small porch with a cracked railing, and a thin chimney that promised warmth inside. I parked my car next to the cabin and stepped out, stretching my legs. The air was cold and crisp, carrying the smell of pine and damp earth. I could hear birds calling somewhere far above me and the distant sound of a stream running, hidden behind the trees. I carried my bags inside and started unpacking. The interior was simple. A small living area with a wood stove, a couple of chairs, a table, a tiny kitchen with an old sink and stove, and a single bedroom in the back. Dust covered some of the furniture, and cobwebs hung in the corners, but it was livable. I stacked the firewood near the stove, set my backpack on the floor, and took a moment to breathe. For a while, there was only silence, broken occasionally by the creaking of the cabin as it settled and the wind rustling the branches outside. I decided to light a fire before it got too dark. The smell of burning wood filled the cabin, warming the small space quickly. I sat on one of the chairs, listening to the crackle of the fire and feeling the warmth seep into my bones. Outside, the sky turned a deep orange and then purple as the sun disappeared behind the trees. Shadows stretched long across the forest floor, and the air grew colder. I finished preparing a simple dinner, heating canned soup on the stove, and ate slowly while watching the fire. The cabin felt cozy, but there was an undeniable sense of isolation. The nearest neighbor was miles away, and cell signal was weak, so I felt completely cut off from the world. As night fell, I moved to the bedroom to sleep, but something felt off. I noticed small details. The faint sound of twigs snapping outside, the occasional rustle of leaves, and a sense that I wasn't entirely alone. I reminded myself that it was just wildlife, maybe a deer or a raccoon. I tried to focus on the warmth of the cabin and drifted off, though I slept lightly, waking at times to the noises outside. The next morning, I woke early to the sun streaming through the small windows. I brewed coffee on the stove, ate breakfast, and planned a short hike along the trail I had seen on the map. I wanted to explore the area while it was still light. I packed a small bag with water, a map, my flashlight, and some snacks and headed out. The trail was narrow, winding, and uneven. The forest was dense, the trees tall and close together, and the ground soft with fallen needles and leaves. I walked slowly, carefully watching where I stepped. A couple of hours into the hike, I realized I had strayed from the main trail. The path had disappeared under leaves and fallen branches, and I didn't recognize the trees around me. I checked my map and tried to retrace my steps, but the forest looked the same in every direction. Panic started to creep in. I was alone, with no clear path back to the cabin, and the sun was already beginning to lower in the sky. I decided to stay calm, marking a tree with a scratch of my knife to keep track of my location, and I moved slowly, hoping to find the trail again. By the time I finally found a faint path, it was nearly sunset. The shadows were long, and the forest had a darker, more oppressive feel. Every sound seemed amplified: the snap of a branch, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an unknown bird. My heart raced, but I forced myself to keep moving, focusing on the sounds and shapes around me. After what felt like hours, I saw a glimpse of the cabin through the trees. Relief flooded me, and I quickened my pace, my legs aching from the long hike. I returned to the cabin just as darkness fell. I immediately lit the stove and the lantern, the light casting warm, flickering patterns across the walls. I made dinner, trying to shake off the anxiety of the hike, and I sat close to the fire, listening to the forest. That night, I slept a little better, though I was alert to every sound. Over the next couple of days, I tried to settle into a routine. I chopped wood, explored nearby areas during the day, and returned to the cabin before dark. The forest was beautiful and peaceful, but it also held a quiet, tense feeling, like the trees were watching me. I started noticing small things: footprints in the dirt that weren't mine, objects slightly out of place, and strange noises at night. I told myself it was wildlife and that my imagination was running wild. On the fourth day, I went for another hike, this time carrying a more substantial pack with extra water, food, and a hatchet. I decided to explore a small ridge I had seen from the cabin, hoping to get a better view of the valley below. The hike was steep and the terrain rough. Loose rocks and fallen branches made the climb difficult. I had to stop often, catching my breath and drinking water. When I finally reached the top, I looked out across the valley. The forest stretched for miles, green and thick, with the river glinting in the sunlight far below. It was beautiful, and I allowed myself a moment to rest and enjoy the view. On my way back, I realized the sky was already turning orange. The sun set quickly behind the mountains, and I found myself running along the trail, trying to make it back before darkness. The forest seemed different at night, more alive, more unpredictable. I heard branches breaking in the distance, leaves rustling in ways that made me tense. I kept moving, heart pounding, until finally, I saw the warm glow of the cabin through the trees. That night, I stayed close to the fire and checked all the locks on the cabin doors and windows. I prepared for the possibility of staying awake for a while, keeping my flashlight and hatchet close. Around midnight, I heard a loud crash from outside. My heart jumped, and I grabbed the hatchet, moving to the window to look. A large tree branch had fallen near the porch, probably dislodged by the wind. Relief washed over me, but the fear lingered. The next morning, I decided to stay inside, chopping wood and preparing food. I tried to relax, knowing I was safe as long as I stayed alert. But by the evening, I realized that my isolation was taking a toll. The cabin was peaceful, but it was also lonely, and the constant awareness of the forest around me made me anxious. I went to bed early, hoping to rest and regain my strength. On the sixth day, I woke to an unusual sound, the low growl of an animal. I froze, listening carefully. It was deep and close, not far from the cabin. I realized it could be a bear. I stayed inside, making sure the doors and windows were secure. I could hear it moving outside, sniffing, walking around the cabin. My heart raced, but I stayed calm. I knew that bears usually move on if they don't find food. I kept the fire going and stayed near the stove, ready to use my flashlight to scare it away if necessary. After a tense hour, the noises faded, and I exhaled, feeling the adrenaline drain from my body. The next day, I decided to pack up. I had been careful, but the constant stress of being alone in the wilderness, combined with the near encounter with the bear, made me realize I had pushed my limits. I spent the morning gathering my things, double-checking that I had everything, and chopping a small amount of firewood to leave for the next renter. I locked the doors, stepped outside, and loaded my car. The forest was calm, the sun bright, and the air crisp. I felt a mix of relief and sadness. Relief to be leaving, but sadness to leave such a beautiful, wild place behind. The drive back down the mountain was slow, but I felt safer with every turn. The city lights in the distance brought comfort, and by the time I reached the town, I was exhausted but proud of myself. I had survived a week alone in the forest, facing the challenges of isolation, the unpredictability of nature, and my own fears. I realized that the cabin, while scary at times, had given me strength. It had reminded me that I was capable of staying calm under pressure, of thinking clearly in difficult situations, and of appreciating the quiet beauty of the natural world. By the time I returned home, I was tired but content. I unpacked my car, cleaned my gear, and took a long shower, feeling the tension wash away. The experience had been frightening at times, but it had also been a profound reminder of resilience and awareness. I slept deeply that night, feeling safe. I remember the day I decided to go up to the cabin as if it had happened yesterday, though it has been years now. I had spent weeks planning the trip, making sure I had everything I thought I would need: food, water, first aid supplies, camping gear, a small stove, batteries, and extra fuel for the generator. The cabin itself was remote, a small wooden structure built decades ago, perched at the edge of a forest that stretched over 100 miles. The idea had been to escape for a weekend, maybe two, to disconnect from everything. The city, work, phones, people. I wanted silence, isolation, and the kind of peace only found far from civilization. I didn't realize how easily isolation could turn into fear. The drive there took hours, winding along a narrow, uneven road, flanked by thick trees on both sides. The sky was gray that morning, the clouds heavy, promising rain. When I finally saw the cabin, it looked smaller than I remembered from the pictures online. The wood was darkened from years of exposure, the roof sagging slightly in the middle. It had a front porch with a railing and a small path leading down to a nearby creek. I parked my car on the dirt patch beside it and stepped out, feeling the chill in the air that cut through my jacket. The first thing I noticed as I approached the cabin was how quiet it was. No birds, no insects, not even the rustle of wind through the trees. Normally, a forest hums with life, But this place felt strangely muted, like it was holding its breath. I shook it off as nerves. I unpacked slowly, methodically, carrying in boxes of supplies and stacking firewood by the fireplace. The cabin smelled of old wood and damp earth, the kind of smell that clings to your clothes after you leave. I opened the windows to let in some air, even though the sky threatened rain, and I set the generator outside, testing it to make sure it worked. Everything seemed normal, at least on the surface. That night, after eating a small dinner I cooked on the stove, I sat by the fire with a lantern on the table, feeling the warmth seep into my bones. Outside, the forest pressed against the cabin, dark and silent. I kept a small hatchet by my chair, a precaution more for peace of mind than anything else. As darkness fell, I could feel the weight of the isolation pressing down on me. It was a quiet, almost oppressive presence, like the forest itself was watching, waiting. I told myself it was silly, that fear was just my imagination, that the worst thing that could happen was boredom. Around midnight, I woke to a noise outside. First, I thought it was the wind. The trees creaked, and leaves scraped against the cabin walls. But then it became clearer, more deliberate, something moving through the forest. I froze, listening. It sounded like footsteps on dry leaves, careful and slow, circling the cabin. My heart began to pound. I turned on every light I had, inside and outside, but the darkness outside remained impenetrable. My first thought was that it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the steps didn't match any animal I had heard before. They were heavy, deliberate, almost like someone was pacing, testing me. I grabbed the flashlight and hatchet and slowly approached the door. My hands shook, my breath came in short bursts. I opened the door just enough to peer outside, shining the light across the yard. Nothing. The forest remained still, silent again. But I knew I had heard it. I told myself it was nothing, a trick of my imagination. I locked the door again, bolting it as best I could, and sat back by the fire, trying to calm myself. I didn't sleep well that night, jumping at every creak, every shadow. The next day, I tried to dismiss it. I spent most of the day cleaning the cabin, checking the generator, gathering more firewood, and walking down to the creek. The forest was alive now, birds calling, leaves rustling, but the memory of last night made me uneasy. I kept imagining movement behind every tree, every bush. That evening, as I prepared dinner, I heard it again, the footsteps. This time, they were closer. They circled the cabin, slow, deliberate, stopping occasionally, as if whoever or whatever it was listening. I remembered reading stories online about cabin break-ins in remote areas, about people who disappeared, about those who underestimated how easy it is to be trapped out in the woods. I checked all the windows and doors, barricading the weaker ones with pieces of wood I found in the shed. I even thought about sleeping fully dressed, with the hatchet under my pillow. Hours passed. The steps never returned after I settled in, but the tension never left. Then came the storm. It started early in the morning, heavy rain beating the roof, wind bending the trees. The creek swelled quickly, a warning I hadn't anticipated. I watched the water from the porch, feeling a strange mixture of awe and anxiety. The storm lasted all day and into the night. During the height of it, I noticed something unusual. Footprints in the mud near the edge of the forest, partially washed by rain but still visible. They were large, heavy, not like mine, and they led toward the cabin. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. Whoever or whatever had left them was still out there, moving with purpose. I spent hours that night preparing, reinforcing doors, moving supplies close to the fireplace in case I needed to defend myself, keeping the lanterns lit even as the storm rattled the cabin. I hardly slept. Every crack, every branch falling against the cabin, sent my heart racing. I knew that if someone had followed me here, they could easily wait out the storm, lurking just beyond the trees. I had no way to call for help. My phone barely had a signal. I had ignored that fact when planning the trip. The night seemed endless. At some point, exhaustion overtook fear, and I dozed in bursts, always waking at every noise. At dawn, the storm finally eased, leaving a soaked, muddy world outside. I stepped onto the porch and looked at the surroundings. Footprints were everywhere, some human, some animal, leading in circles around the cabin. I realized then that someone or several people had been around the cabin all night, watching, maybe even testing my reactions. I felt a strange mix of relief and terror. They hadn't broken in, but they had been there, and I had no idea why or who they were. I decided to leave immediately. I packed quickly, taking only what I could carry to the car. The road back was treacherous. Mud from the storm made it slippery, roots and rocks hidden underwater threatening to throw the car off balance. I drove slowly, cautiously, constantly checking the trees at the edges of the road. At one point, I saw movement, just a shadow slipping between trees, but I couldn't be sure. My pulse stayed high until I finally reached the main road, the forest opening up, sunlight breaking through clouds. I pulled over, sitting in the car for a long time, shaking. When I finally returned home, I called the local ranger station to report what had happened. They noted the footprints and the storm, but said that without more evidence, there wasn't much they could do. The experience stayed with me for years, and even now, I still get a chill when I think about how close I had come to something I couldn't see or explain. I had survived, yes, and the cabin remained untouched, my belongings intact, but the memory of those footsteps circling, testing, watching, stayed with me. A reminder of how quickly isolation can turn into fear, and how fragile safety can be when you are truly alone. From that trip, I learned things I still carry with me. Never underestimate the wilderness. Never ignore the signs of human presence even in remote areas, and always be prepared not just for survival, but for the uncertainty of what might be out there, unseen, waiting. That cabin, the forest, and the storm became more than a memory. They became a lesson, one I respect every time I step into the wild. I had been driving for hours, the tires of my old sedan crunching over the uneven gravel road that led into the depths of the forest. The late autumn sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows between the bare trunks of the trees, which had lost most of their leaves. The air was sharp, almost bitter, carrying the scent of wet earth and decaying foliage. I hadn't been in the area before, but the GPS assured me that the cabin I had rented existed somewhere beyond the next series of turns. Every mile of the road seemed more isolated, and the forest thicker, until I realized I hadn't seen another car or person in over an hour. That quiet alone started gnawing at the edges of my calm. The cabin itself wasn't visible until the last minute. It emerged from behind a cluster of birch trees as if it had grown out of the earth itself. It was modest, rough-hewn logs, darkened with age, a simple metal roof, a stone chimney. The porch sagged slightly on one side, and a stack of firewood leaned against the wall near the door. It looked sturdy enough, but also neglected. The windows were clean enough to reflect the dying sunlight, though a thin layer of dust made them opaque when looked at closely. I parked, grabbed my bags, and stepped onto the porch. The wood groaned under my weight, each creak a reminder that this place had been built a long time ago, and likely without much recent maintenance. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The smell of aged wood, mildew, and the faint tang of smoke filled the cabin. Inside, it was small but functional. A main living area with a fireplace, a narrow kitchen, and a single bedroom beyond a short hallway. Everything was covered in a thin layer of dust. The furniture was old, worn leather chairs, a sagging couch, a dining table that leaned slightly to one side. I set my bags down and flicked on the lights, though the dim bulbs didn't illuminate the corners very well. Shadows clung stubbornly to the edges of the room. I decided to start a fire in the fireplace. The firewood outside had been cut unevenly, some pieces damp from the recent rain, but after stacking a small pile and lighting it with a few sheets of newspaper, flames slowly took hold. The warmth was immediate, pushing the cold away from the wooden floorboards. I breathed out, thinking that this place, despite its isolation, might not be so bad. That first night, though, the isolation hit harder than I expected. The wind outside had picked up, rattling the windows and making the chimney whistle. Every small sound, the snap of a branch, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, sounded magnified. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, my flashlight across the room, convincing myself I was imagining shadows where there were none. Hours passed slowly. Somewhere outside, I thought I heard footsteps on the porch. They were light, irregular. I held my breath, but when I strained my ears, they stopped. By morning, I was tense but alive. I tried to dismiss my fears as fatigue and the strangeness of being alone in the woods. I went outside to get water from the small stream nearby, noting how quiet everything seemed. The forest was beautiful but oppressive, a reminder that I was far from help. The trail back to the main road was narrow, overgrown, and muddy from the previous day's rain. As I walked, I saw animal tracks. Deer, raccoon, something larger but indistinct. I shivered, not from cold, but from the realization that the forest was full of creatures entirely unconcerned with me. The second day passed uneventfully, or so I thought. I spent most of it preparing for the night, stocking firewood, checking the cabin's doors and windows, making sure the flashlight had fresh batteries. Still, a quiet unease settled over me. That night, around 2 a.m., I woke to a loud thump against the side of the cabin. My heart jumped. I froze, listening. There it was again, a heavy, irregular noise, like something had fallen against the outer wall. I grabbed my flashlight and crept to the window, shining the beam across the darkened forest. Nothing, just trees swaying slightly in the wind. I convinced myself it was a branch, though the sound had been too loud. Over the next few hours, the sounds became more persistent. At first, it was intermittent. A thud here, a scrape there, then a dragging noise, slow and deliberate, circling the cabin. I stayed in bed, tense and alert, imagining every possible scenario, every risk I had never considered before. The fire had died down in the fireplace, leaving the cabin cold. I grabbed my knife from the kitchen drawer, the small steel blade heavy in my hand, and listened. The sounds continued, moving around the cabin, sometimes stopping, sometimes resuming, always out there, just beyond the walls. I felt trapped, every sense sharpened, convinced that whatever it was had to be human. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I found scratches on the wood siding outside the cabin, deep, raw, as though someone or something had tried to climb or force their way in. My stomach sank. I checked every door, every window, everything seemed secure, but the marks were real. I thought about leaving immediately, but the road was muddy, and my car was stuck from the wet gravel. I was trapped, and the reality of that pressed down on me. For the next 2 days, I stayed mostly inside, keeping the fire alive and trying to maintain a sense of routine, checking food, cleaning up, fetching water from the stream. Every small noise made me jump. One evening, I heard heavy breathing just outside the cabin door, slow and deliberate. I pressed myself against the wall, holding the knife tightly, and waited. It stopped. I didn't move for what felt like hours, until the sound of the wind and the trees filled the space again. I realized then that the fear itself was exhausting. My mind replayed possibilities constantly, imagining attackers, wild animals, even natural disasters. I began to map out escape routes, memorizing the terrain, the positions of trees, the incline of the land, so that if I had to run, I would know exactly where to go. I kept a journal, writing every detail I observed, trying to keep myself grounded. Each day, I walked the perimeter of the cabin carefully, checking for signs of intrusion. The scratches remained, but nothing new appeared, and for a while, the night passed with only the wind and the occasional snapping branch. On the 5th night, the sounds returned, more deliberate than ever. Footsteps circling the cabin, slow and heavy, sometimes stopping abruptly, sometimes resuming. I had a plan now. I knew exactly where I would run if someone tried to break in. I barricaded the doors with heavy furniture, placed knives in reachable positions, and kept the fire alive for light. The night passed in tense, shattered intervals, but when the sun rose, I felt a tentative relief. By the 6th day, I realized that staying put was dangerous in its own way. I needed to leave. I had spent hours freeing my car from the mud with sticks and rocks, finally managing to get it back onto the gravel. I drove slowly, constantly scanning the trees at the edge of the road, feeling eyes on me, convinced I was being followed, though there was no evidence. Eventually, the road widened, the trees thinned, and I reached the main highway. It felt surreal, like emerging from a nightmare into a bright, indifferent world. I reported the scratches and signs of intrusion to the local ranger station, but they shrugged, suggesting it was probably a bear or some large animal. I knew what I had heard, the deliberate pacing around my cabin, the dragging sounds, the way the scratches were placed, almost mocking. But without evidence, my story would be dismissed. It took weeks for the memory to fade, though it never truly did. I avoided the woods, avoided cabins, avoided any place that felt isolated in the same way. I checked locks obsessively, jumped at minor noises, and slept with one eye open. The experience had changed me, made me cautious, anxious, hyper-aware of my surroundings, but also strangely grateful. Grateful to have survived. Grateful to have escaped the isolation that had tested me more than I realized I could endure. Even now, years later, I can recall that cabin in the forest with vivid detail. The way the wood smelled, the creak of the floorboards, the cold air pressing against the windows. I can remember the scraping, the dragging, the sound of footsteps circling the cabin as I huddled in bed, awake for hours, knife in hand, heart pounding. And I can remember the relief of driving away, of seeing other cars on the highway, of returning to a world that felt normal again. The fear was real, but so was my survival, and that survival became a story I carried with me. A reminder that even in isolation, even when fear is at its sharpest, endurance and vigilance can carry a person through. I had been planning this solo trip for months, driven by a mixture of exhaustion from city life and the longing for complete isolation. The cabin I rented was deep in the woods, miles away from the nearest town, nestled against a hill on the edge of a small, winding creek. The roads to it were mostly unpaved, gravel paths that disappeared into dense pine forests. Even in daylight, the journey felt removed from the world. I remember the exact way the tires crunched over loose stones and the smell of wet pine after a morning drizzle that coated everything in a thin, sticky mist. When I finally reached the cabin, the sun was low on the horizon, sending long shadows through the trees, stretching across the weathered exterior like fingers. The cabin itself was old, maybe built in the 1960s, but sturdy. Its wooden planks were warped from years of rain, and some of the shingles on the roof were missing, leaving small gaps that revealed the dark underwood beneath. There was a stone chimney that leaned slightly to one side, and the porch sagged in the middle, though it seemed solid enough to walk on. I had chosen it because it promised isolation and peace, and initially it did exactly that. The first few hours were surreal. The way the light moved through the trees, the faint trickle of the creek, and the occasional call of a bird or rustle of a squirrel in the underbrush. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood and dust, mixed with the faintly sweet scent of aged pine from the logs stacked in the corner. The furniture was sparse and worn. A small kitchen table with 2 chairs, a battered armchair, a narrow bed, and a desk with a single drawer. I set down my backpack and ran my fingers over the table's surface, feeling the deep grooves and scratches left by years of use. There was no electricity, no running water, just a wood stove for heat and a small well outside for water. The isolation was perfect for me, or so I thought. The first night was quiet. I lit the stove, the flame flickering against the walls, casting uneven shadows that seemed alive. I slept fitfully, every creak of the cabin making me jolt awake. But nothing felt dangerous, just the house settling, trees shifting in the wind, or small animals moving in the underbrush. Morning brought a thin layer of frost on the ground and a mist that hugged the forest floor like a soft blanket. I spent the day walking along the creek, taking in the stillness, the way the sun made the frost sparkle, the smell of damp leaves and earth. The isolation began to feel both exhilarating and unnerving in equal measure. It wasn't until the second night that things started to feel off. I was sitting by the stove, warming my hands, the wind whistling through gaps in the walls. I had just finished dinner, a simple canned stew, when I heard a faint sound outside. A thump, then another, rhythmic and deliberate. At first, I thought it might be a deer or a larger animal, maybe a raccoon knocking over something outside. I tried to ignore it, but the sound persisted, subtle but distinct, as though someone was walking around the perimeter of the cabin. My heart rate quickened, but I told myself it was probably a branch falling, or the wind pushing loose debris across the porch. I went to the window and peered out, my breath fogging the glass. The yard was empty. The trees swayed in the wind, but nothing moved among them. I shook my head, feeling foolish, and returned to the warmth of the stove. But the sound didn't stop. I began hearing it in patterns at irregular intervals, almost as if someone was pacing just beyond the tree line. The forest was dense, shadows deep even in moonlight, and I could see nothing but the outlines of the larger trees. Sleep that night was nearly impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, the sound seemed to grow louder, closer, though each time I opened my eyes there was nothing. Morning felt like a relief, a reprieve from the tension that had gripped me all night. I spent the third day on small projects around the cabin. I fixed the latch on the back door that rattled in the wind, swept out the porch, and stacked more wood for the stove. I even checked the perimeter, walking slowly, trying to convince myself there was a rational explanation for the sounds. But as I circled the cabin, I noticed small signs that disturbed me. Footprints in the soft mud near the edge of the forest. They were boot prints, not deep but recent, and they led around the cabin in a semicircle, vanishing as if whoever had made them knew exactly where to go to avoid being seen. My stomach sank. I had seen no people on the road, and the closest house was miles away. I didn't know who could be nearby, why they would be watching, or how long they had been there. I told myself to stay calm. The logical part of my mind reminded me that the forest had other people who hiked, hunters who passed by. Maybe someone was lost or curious. I resolved to stay inside that night, locking all the doors and windows, using whatever I could as barricades. I even dragged the heavier furniture in front of the windows. The wind outside sounded less like wind and more like movement, like something brushing against the side of the cabin. Every time I thought I heard a footstep on the porch, my heart would stop. As darkness fell, I tried to read or do anything to distract myself, but the sounds outside persisted. Not just footsteps now, but scratching, soft at first, then louder at irregular intervals. I didn't know if it was someone testing the doors or a wild animal trying to claw its way in. My mind refused to settle. By the time I crawled into bed, the fear was so intense that my body was trembling. I lay there staring at the ceiling, listening, waiting. Hours passed, and I eventually dozed in fits, waking every few minutes to check the doors. Around 3 in the morning, the sound changed. Instead of moving around the cabin, it stopped abruptly and was replaced by a silence so profound that it made my ears ring. My instinct told me to stay absolutely still, to listen for any movement, and then I heard it. A low, deliberate scraping at the back door. Whoever or whatever was out there, they were trying the door. My breath caught in my throat. I knew I had locked it, reinforced it, yet the sound continued, as if probing the edges, testing weaknesses. I clutched the hatchet I had kept next to the bed, every nerve screaming. Time stretched, minutes feeling like hours, each scrape sending waves of panic through me. Eventually, the noise stopped. I didn't move until dawn, not even to check outside. When the first light came, I cautiously opened the door, peering into the yard. There were no footprints leading away, no sign that anyone had been there overnight. The earth was undisturbed except for where I had walked in my panic. I told myself I was imagining things, that exhaustion had played tricks on my mind, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there, testing, watching, waiting. Over the next few days, I became hypervigilant. I reinforced the doors, nailed additional boards over the windows, and kept the hatchet within reach at all times. Every sound outside, the cracking of branches, the distant rustle of leaves, made me jump. I rarely left the cabin except for short walks during daylight, always carrying the hatchet, always scanning the tree line. I noticed that the prints around the cabin had increased slightly in size and number. They seemed deliberate, as though someone was pacing in the trees, watching me. I began to ration my food and water, fearing I might be trapped for days if someone intended to corner me. The psychological toll was immense. I barely slept, every noise magnified, every shadow suspicious. I stopped reading, stopped trying to distract myself. The isolation, once a welcome escape, became a prison. I could feel my hands shaking constantly, my stomach tight with tension, my mind cycling between fear and paranoia. There were nights I contemplated leaving, but the thought of walking miles through the forest with someone possibly stalking me kept me confined to the cabin. I felt trapped, constantly observed, and entirely alone. Then, on the 7th day, I heard it again, the slow, deliberate scraping at the back door. But this time, I was prepared. I had barricaded the door with everything in the cabin, creating a wall of tables, chairs, and logs. I gripped the hatchet and waited. The sound continued for what felt like an eternity, until finally, I heard the crunch of steps moving away, retreating into the forest. I didn't move for hours. Eventually, I mustered the courage to peer outside. There was no one. The prints that had haunted me for days were gone. I stayed awake the rest of that day, keeping the doors barricaded, listening for any sound. Nothing came. I realized gradually, over the next few hours, that the fear that had paralyzed me was losing its hold. I understood that I had survived the nights, that I had endured the presence of someone or something in the woods without giving in to panic. I had reinforced my safety, stayed vigilant, and survived. By evening, I began the process of leaving. I carefully packed my things, keeping the hatchet in hand, and retraced my path down the forest road to the main highway. The isolation that had once felt like paradise now felt dangerous, oppressive, almost suffocating. I didn't look back until I reached the edge of the forest. The cabin was barely visible through. I had been looking forward to a week alone in the cabin for months. My life back in the city was loud, crowded, and constantly demanding. Work had been exhausting, every day blending into the next with endless emails, calls, and meetings. I needed silence, a place where I could think without interruption, and I had found a small rental cabin deep in the mountains. The pictures online had shown a quaint wooden structure, surrounded by dense forest, with a small lake a few hundred meters away. Promised privacy, calm, and the kind of isolation I thought I needed to reset. The drive to the cabin was longer than I expected. The paved road ended abruptly, giving way to a narrow gravel track that twisted through pine forests so thick that the sunlight barely reached the ground. As I drove, the silence outside the car was almost physical. No birds, no wind, no distant sounds of civilization. Just the low rumble of my tires on gravel and the occasional snapping of a twig under the wheels. My phone's signal had disappeared halfway through the drive, which I hadn't minded until I realized that this meant no navigation or emergency calls. I told myself that was fine. I had printed directions, a detailed map, and enough supplies to last the week. Still, there was a small knot of unease in my stomach that I brushed off as normal nerves. The cabin finally appeared through a break in the trees. It was smaller than I had imagined. A single story with a steep roof, weathered with siding, and a stone chimney. There was a small porch, partially covered in moss and fallen leaves, and an old wooden bench that looked like it had been there for decades. The surrounding forest was quiet but imposing, the trees densely packed, the underbrush thick. I parked my car nearby and stepped out, stretching. The air smelled of pine, damp earth, and something faintly metallic that I couldn't identify. Inside, the cabin was rustic but functional. A small living room had a wood stove, a few rickety chairs, and a table littered with a thin layer of dust, suggesting that the cabin wasn't frequently used. A kitchenette had basic utensils, a small gas stove, and a cooler where I had packed some food. There was one bedroom, a narrow bed with a thin mattress, and a bathroom with a shower. Everything was functional but bare. I unpacked my bag, set my supplies neatly, and lit a fire in the stove, which I hoped would help me feel more at home. The first night passed quietly, with only the occasional creak of the cabin settling or the rustle of small animals outside. The second day was warm and bright, I decided to explore the surrounding area. I walked through the forest, noting the density of the trees and how uneven the ground was. Roots and rocks jutted out everywhere, making every step cautious. Birds were scarce, and the only sounds were my footsteps and the distant burble of water. I found the lake the owner had mentioned, a small body of water hidden behind a thicket of trees. Its surface was smooth, reflecting the sky, but it felt almost too still. I sat on a fallen log for a while, throwing pebbles into the water, feeling the quiet settle into me. I told myself that solitude was exactly what I needed. By the third night, something about the cabin felt off. It wasn't the creaks or the natural sounds of the forest. It was something different. While I was cooking dinner, I heard a soft thump from outside, followed by the sound of something dragging across the porch. I froze, my heart beating faster than normal. I told myself it was probably a branch falling, or perhaps a raccoon. But then, over the next hour, I heard it again, a slow, deliberate scraping that moved along the porch boards. I tried to ignore it, reasoning that the forest was full of animals, but the sound persisted longer than any normal animal movement should. I stayed inside, the stove casting flickering light across the cabin walls, until the sound eventually stopped. Sleep came fitfully, with my ears straining for the faintest hint of movement. The next morning, I found evidence of something strange. The doormat had been shifted, one of the chairs on the porch slightly angled. Small footprints, almost the size of a child's, were pressed into the mud at the edge of the clearing. I stared at them, my stomach twisting. I had locked the doors before going to bed. I didn't see any humans around, just the endless trees, and yet these prints told a different story. I went back inside, trying to rationalize it. Maybe an animal? But I had never seen an animal leave prints quite like that. The forest suddenly felt heavier, almost like it was pressing down on me. I decided to spend the next day staying inside. I read, organized supplies, and kept the fire going. Every noise outside made me jump. The wind in the trees, the distant crack of wood, the soft thump of something landing on the roof. I kept the windows closed and locked, but the cabin didn't feel safe. I remembered that the nearest town was over an hour away, and my phone still had no signal. The isolation I had craved now felt like a trap. That night, the noises outside returned. At first, it was subtle, soft scratching at the side of the cabin, faint thuds against the wall. Then, louder, heavier sounds, like someone dragging something across the ground, moving around the perimeter of the building. I stayed in the corner of the living room, clutching a kitchen knife, staring out the window into the dark forest. I wanted to call for help, but there was no way. I felt entirely alone. The sounds continued intermittently for hours. Every time I thought they had stopped, I would hear a fresh scrape, a heavy step, or the quiet shifting of leaves. My mind raced with possibilities. Was someone watching me? Could they see me through the trees? Couldn't tell. By the fourth morning, I realized I couldn't just wait inside forever. I needed to leave. I packed my car quickly, checking all the doors and windows. When I stepped outside, I froze. There were fresh footprints around the cabin, human-sized this time, walking in circles. The imprint of shoes in the mud, clearly not my own. I couldn't see anyone, but the presence was unmistakable. Panic surged through me. I jumped into the car, started the engine, and drove off the gravel path as fast as I could. Behind me, the cabin disappeared into the forest, the trees closing like a wall. I drove for nearly an hour before reaching the paved road. Once I was out in the open, with the forest receding, I felt some relief, but the tension didn't fully leave me. I didn't stop until I reached a small gas station in town, where I called the local authorities. I explained what had happened, showing them photos of the footprints I had taken. They were skeptical but agreed to send a ranger to check the cabin. The officer I spoke with later told me that the cabin had a history of break-ins and trespassers, people who used the isolation to live unnoticed for days. He said that my presence probably hadn't gone unnoticed and that the previous night sounds were likely someone moving around outside, watching me. I returned home, shaken but safe. In the following weeks, I learned more about the cabin from local residents. It had been abandoned for long periods, and people had indeed used it as a hideout, sometimes leaving signs of their presence. Scraps of food, footprints, or even fires burned outside. No one had stayed there for long without encountering these trespassers. The knowledge was both chilling and oddly comforting. I hadn't imagined it. I had been in real danger, but I had reacted quickly and escaped without confrontation. In the end, I realized I had been seeking solitude without truly understanding the risks of isolation. The forest, the cabin, and the stillness I had craved had been neutral, indifferent, but the people who trespassed were not. The experience left me wary of solitude, but also wiser about respect for the unknowns that come with it. I never returned to that cabin. Instead, I learned to appreciate quiet places closer to civilization, where safety and solitude could coexist. The fear I had felt never fully went away, but it became a reminder, a lesson in caution, preparedness, and the fragile boundary between peace and danger. Months later, I sometimes think about that cabin, about the quiet, about the footprints in the mud. I remember the heavy stillness of the forest and the sharp panic of realizing someone had been watching me. I carry it as a memory of how easily comfort can turn into danger, and how important it is to respect both isolation and the presence of others, even when unseen. The memory is unsettling, but it also taught me to approach solitude with vigilance, patience, and respect. That cabin was never haunted by ghosts, but it was haunted by reality itself, and surviving it left me stronger, more aware, and more cautious than I had ever been. I never expected a trip to a remote cabin to feel as isolating and unnerving as it did. But that winter, when I finally made the decision to escape the crowded city and take a week off by myself, I had no idea how much I was walking into. The cabin was supposed to be simple, a place to disconnect and breathe in the quiet. I had booked it months in advance, drawn in by the pictures showing a small, weathered wooden structure tucked between tall pines, the kind of trees that blocked most of the sunlight and let in a thin, diffused light even at midday. The listing emphasized its seclusion, the lack of neighbors, and the small lake just a few hundred yards away. I told myself that I wanted solitude, and I convinced myself that I would be safe, that I had packed enough supplies, and that the isolation would be relaxing. In the end, none of that mattered when I arrived. The journey itself had been long. I drove through winding forest roads, the asphalt turning into gravel as I got deeper into the mountains. The trees seemed endless, and the sun was just a pale disk, barely illuminating the road. Snow had started to fall lightly, dusting the branches and turning the world around me into a silent, monochromatic landscape. It was beautiful, almost hypnotic, but there was something heavy about the silence that I hadn't noticed before. No birds, no wind, no distant sounds of civilization. Just the soft, almost eerie sound of my tires crunching on gravel. The cabin finally appeared as I rounded a curve. It was small, more weathered than the photos had suggested, the wood darkened by age and winter moisture, the roof sagging slightly at the edges. There was a thin chimney pipe and a small porch, barely large enough for a couple of chairs. The snow had already begun to cover the walkway, and it looked as if it hadn't been cleared for some time. I parked my car and stepped out into the crisp air. The cold hit me immediately, sharper than I expected, and the smell of wet pine and earth was strong. I unlocked the cabin door, pushing against it with more force than necessary, and stepped inside. The interior was dim, lit only by the faint light coming through the frosted windows. The air smelled of old wood and dampness. The cabin had a small living area with a stone fireplace, a tiny kitchen with a wood stove, and one main room that could serve as both bedroom and dining area. A small door led to a cramped bathroom. I placed my bag on the floor and took in the space. It was modest but functional, exactly as described. I felt a strange mix of satisfaction and unease. The isolation that had seemed so appealing in theory now pressed against me like a tangible weight. I spent the first day settling in. I unpacked my food and supplies, built a small stack of firewood in the corner, and cleaned the stove to make sure it would work. The cabin had no running water beyond what I could melt from snow or fetch from a small stream nearby, so I had brought bottled water. The sky darkened quickly in winter, and by late afternoon, the forest was already dim, almost shadowy. I lit a fire in the stove, the warmth filling the small room with a comforting glow. I ate a simple meal and organized my gear for the next day. The sound outside had changed. The wind picked up, rustling the tops of the trees, and occasional ice-laden branches cracked and fell to the ground. At first, I found the noises relaxing, natural parts of the forest, but by nightfall, they had begun to unsettle me. The isolation made every sound sharp, exaggerated, and it was difficult to convince myself that the noises were just trees and ice. Night was the worst. I tried to sleep, but the cabin felt oppressive in a way I hadn't expected. Every small creak and pop from the wooden walls seemed louder than it should be, and the darkness pressed in through the small windows. I kept imagining shadows where there were none, and every time the wind rattled the door or the stove flared, my heart raced. I reminded myself constantly that I was alone, that the forest was mostly empty, and that nothing about this place should be dangerous. But my mind, untethered by the constant noise and activity of the city, began filling in gaps, inventing scenarios I could not see. I didn't sleep much that first night, and when morning came, the cabin felt heavier somehow, the silence of the forest oppressive rather than peaceful. The next day, I decided to explore. I walked carefully through the snow-covered forest, noting the tracks of deer and other small animals, the patterns of fallen branches and frozen streams. The cold kept me alert, my boots crunching through layers of snow, my breath rising in clouds. As I ventured further, I found signs that humans had passed through here occasionally. Old campsites, rusted tin cans, and footprints that looked old but vaguely familiar. The deeper I went, the more I realized how little this place saw people. There were no roads, no maintained paths, just natural growth and obstacles, fallen trees and icy streams. The isolation began to feel different now, less a peaceful retreat and more a reminder that I was entirely alone, vulnerable in ways I had never considered in the city. Returning to the cabin that evening, I noticed that the snow had increased, covering the tracks I had made earlier. The forest seemed quieter, almost watchful. I checked my supplies carefully, making sure I had enough firewood and food, and tried to prepare for a long, silent night. The wind was stronger now, rattling the wooden structure with a persistent tapping and moaning. I sat near the stove, feeling the warmth, but the unease wouldn't leave me. I tried to read, tried to occupy my mind, but I kept listening for things, for sounds that weren't there. Every creak or snap outside made me flinch, and I found myself watching the windows constantly. By the third day, the storm began in earnest. Snow fell heavily, and the wind roared through the trees, bending branches and leaving drifts that blocked parts of the path to the cabin. I realized that leaving would be impossible until the storm passed. The isolation was no longer a matter of choice. I checked the cabin for any weaknesses, the door, the windows, the stove chimney, and made minor repairs where I could, stacking extra firewood and checking my water supply. I spent the day inside, chopping wood, melting snow, and keeping the stove burning. The wind howled continuously, rattling the cabin, and every sound seemed amplified, echoing in ways that made it feel like something was moving just outside. The isolation became suffocating. On the fourth day, I began noticing small things that unsettled me. My firewood stack, which I had carefully arranged, seemed slightly disturbed. Footprints appeared in the snow outside, too large to be small animals, and fresh, as if someone or something had walked near the cabin during the night. I rationalized immediately. Maybe it was a larger animal, a deer or a moose, or perhaps the wind had shifted debris, making it seem like tracks. But the unease stayed with me, persistent and gnawing. I began double-checking every window and lock, keeping a heavy object near the door, and listening carefully to every sound. The storm outside made escape impossible, and the realization that I was trapped, even temporarily, made my mind race with scenarios I had never considered. The fifth day brought another challenge. I had planned to explore the lake nearby, but the snowfall and ice made it impossible. I stayed in the cabin, pacing the small room to stay warm and keep my mind occupied. I noticed the cabin itself showing signs of wear under the stress of the storm. Small leaks in the roof dripped cold water onto the floor in some places, the firewood stack was slightly damp, and the stove was beginning to creak under heavy use. I carefully adjusted the wood, moved wet logs away from the floor, and patched small leaks with bits of cloth I had in my supplies. Every small task, necessary and mundane, became a test of focus and patience. I realized that the real danger here wasn't in some dramatic external threat, but in neglect, in underestimating the challenges of isolation in a harsh environment. By the 6th day, the storm began to ease, leaving thick drifts of snow and a frozen, silent forest. I emerged cautiously from the cabin, testing the snow for stability and walking carefully to the nearest cleared path. The tracks I had noticed before were gone, either covered by new snow or vanished entirely. The lake, which I had imagined to be a serene spot, was completely frozen and covered in snow. The forest, under heavy snow, was beautiful but also starkly unforgiving. I realized that the experience had changed me already. My sense of time had shifted, my perception of safety and comfort altered by the relentless quiet and isolation. I felt both relief and a lingering anxiety as I prepared to leave. The final day, I began packing. I checked every corner of the cabin, ensuring that the fire was out, that water and food were stored or taken with me, and that the cabin was left as best as I could manage in a safe condition. I felt a strange attachment to the small structure, the silence, and the forest around it. Despite the fear, the tension, and the constant awareness of vulnerability, I had learned things about myself, about my limits, patience, and the subtle ways nature can challenge a person's composure. I opened the door. I never thought I would find myself in a situation that I would later replay over and over in my mind, examining every small detail as if it might explain why things happened the way they did. The cabin stood in a clearing several miles from the nearest road, hidden in a dense stretch of pine forest that stretched for miles in every direction. I had discovered it by accident, really. I had been driving on a long, aimless trip through the countryside, wanting to escape the noise of the city, the constant emails, and the weight of deadlines. I had a vague plan to hike for a day, maybe two, but nothing was set, nothing was prepared. That was the first mistake. The second mistake was deciding that I didn't need to let anyone know exactly where I was going, believing, as I always did, that the outdoors was perfectly safe as long as you had common sense. I quickly learned that common sense only goes so far. The cabin was old. From the outside, it looked as if it had been untouched for decades. Its wooden boards were gray and weathered, some warped, some slightly cracked. Moss and small tufts of grass had started creeping up the lower sections of the walls, and the roof sagged slightly in the middle. Yet, despite its obvious age and neglect, it had a certain quiet charm. There was a stone chimney on one side, and a small stack of chopped wood leaning against it, hinting that someone had been here in the recent past. I parked my car at the edge of the clearing and walked up the narrow path leading to the cabin. The ground was uneven, littered with pine needles, fallen branches, and small stones that dug into the soles of my shoes. The smell of damp earth and pine was strong, sharp, and clean in a way that made me feel momentarily alive, alert, and out of place in a way I would soon regret. The door to the cabin was unlocked. It creaked when I pushed it open, and dust motes floated in the thin shafts of sunlight that cut through the small, grimy windows. Inside, the air was stale but not unbearable. The cabin was small, a single room with a loft above. The floorboards were uneven, and some had small gaps between them. A stone fireplace took up one end of the room, and a pile of ashes suggested that it had recently been used. There was a small wooden table, a couple of chairs, and a bed in the corner, the mattress thin and worn. A single lantern sat on the table, dusty, and a small box of matches lay next to it. I made a mental note that I should at least find out if it worked. I unpacked a few essentials from my backpack: a small bag of food, water, a flashlight, a first aid kit, and a thin sleeping bag. I decided to check the area around the cabin. The clearing was small, maybe 20 meters in diameter, before the forest closed in again. I walked along the edges, scanning the trees, trying to get a sense of where I was. Everything was silent except for the occasional rustling of leaves and the distant sound of a crow. I didn't hear any cars, no trains, no signs of other humans. I took a deep breath and told myself it was exactly what I had wanted. Isolation, quiet, a chance to rest. The first night was uneventful. I built a small fire in the fireplace using the wood stacked outside, lighting it with the matches I found on the table. The flames crackled and spat small embers, filling the room with warmth and an orange glow that seemed to push the shadows back. I cooked some beans I had brought and ate them slowly, savoring the silence. Outside, the wind rustled the branches of the pine trees, and I could hear the faint sounds of animals moving through the forest. Occasionally, a branch snapped sharply, too sharp to be just the wind, but I told myself it was probably a deer or some other small animal. I went to bed early, exhausted from the drive and the long walk to the cabin. I slept fitfully, waking several times to strange noises, the wind, the creaking of the cabin settling, and the distant howl of some unseen animal. The next day, I decided to explore the surrounding forest. I walked slowly, noting the shapes of trees, the paths that animals might use, and the subtle changes in the landscape. There was a small stream about 100 meters from the cabin, and I followed it for a while, enjoying the sound of water running over stones, the occasional splash of a fish, and the way the sunlight broke through the canopy in golden patches. I took notes on my phone about the area, just to keep track of landmarks, even though I had no real plan of going far. I didn't realize it at the time, but the forest had a way of changing. The same paths I thought I remembered seemed slightly different the next time I walked them. Small details, like a fallen tree or a patch of moss in a new place, started to make me doubt my own memory. By the second night, the sense of unease started to grow. I noticed small things. The sound of the wind was different, carrying more of a hollow whistle that made the trees moan in a way that sounded almost human. Shadows shifted strangely on the walls of the cabin, and the firelight seemed dimmer, weaker. I kept checking the windows, scanning the forest beyond the clearing, but I saw nothing unusual, nothing that could explain the sense of being watched. My nerves started to fray. Every snap of a branch, every rustle in the underbrush made me jump, heart racing. I tried to tell myself that it was normal to feel this way in an unfamiliar environment, that humans were hardwired to notice threats, but it didn't fully calm me. On the third day, I noticed something that made my stomach turn. I had left the cabin to get water from the stream, taking my empty bottle. I walked the familiar path, enjoying the morning light, and bent down to fill the bottle. When I stood up, I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the mud that I hadn't seen before, leading from the direction of the cabin toward the stream. They were not human. The shape was wrong, too wide, with long toes and deep imprints that suggested something heavy. My first instinct was to ignore it, to convince myself it was a trick of the mud or maybe an unusually shaped animal. But as I walked back to the cabin, I noticed the footprints again, closer this time, stopping just at the edge of the clearing. I froze, scanning the trees, but saw nothing moving. I spent the next several hours inspecting the cabin, checking doors and windows. Everything was still locked. Everything appeared as I had left it, but the sense of unease only deepened. I realized that my initial mistake had been underestimating how easy it would be to feel vulnerable in a remote location. The forest that seemed so peaceful now felt oppressive. Every shadow seemed to stretch unnaturally, and I found myself constantly checking behind me, expecting something to emerge. I considered leaving, but the idea of walking back through several miles of dense forest, without clear paths and with the growing fear in my mind, was terrifying in its own way. By the fourth day, I was exhausted. Sleep was shallow, every noise waking me immediately. The shadows in the cabin seemed alive, constantly shifting with the wind and the weak sunlight that filtered through the windows. I had noticed other signs too. Small disturbances in the cabin, things slightly out of place. A chair slightly moved, the lantern knocked a little to one side, the woodpile leaning differently. At first, I tried to rationalize everything, blaming the wind, the settling of the cabin, or even my own absent-mindedness. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That night, I stayed awake entirely. I sat on the floor by the fireplace, flashlight in hand, ears straining for every sound. Hours passed. Occasionally, I would hear heavy steps outside, too heavy for an animal, and they would stop abruptly, as if whoever or whatever was out there was watching. The darkness outside the windows pressed against me, a thick blackness that seemed to absorb all light and sound. I tried to think clearly, to remember that humans rarely attack without reason, that animals avoid humans, that fear was making my mind invent threats. But the feeling of being observed was undeniable. It was early morning, still dark, when I finally made a decision. I would leave, even if it meant walking several miles through the forest in the pre-dawn gloom. I packed everything quickly, making sure I had water, my small backpack, and the essentials. I took one last look at the cabin, feeling a mix of relief and regret. Relief because I was leaving, regret because despite everything, there had been a strange beauty in that place, a rawness that I had never experienced in the city. I stepped out carefully, scanning the forest, and started walking along the path I had taken before. The forest was silent in a way that was different from before, heavy and expectant. I followed the faint trail, trying to remember landmarks, counting steps, and checking the sunlight breaking through the trees. Hours passed. The path seemed to twist, to change subtly, and I realized that I had underestimated how disorienting a dense forest could be. I stopped to rest by a large pine, sweating, heart racing, aware that I was far from any help. At one point, I stumbled across the footprints again, the same heavy, wide impressions in the mud. My stomach sank. They led deeper into the forest, but I ignored them and focused on the path I thought would lead back to my car. The forest felt alive, moving in ways I couldn't see, with sounds that I had been planning the trip for months. The idea was simple: escape the city for a week, breathe in the forest air, and leave all the noise, the traffic, and the constant hum of electricity behind. I didn't want a cabin with Wi-Fi or one with cell service for that matter. I wanted isolation, and I thought I had found the perfect place. It was an old cabin tucked into the farthest edge of a national forest, far from the nearest road, reachable only by a narrow dirt path that twisted and turned for miles. The pictures online had been simple: wooden walls, a stone fireplace, a small porch, but the forest surrounding it had looked endless, dark, and quiet. I told myself that was exactly what I wanted. I arrived in the late afternoon. The drive had been long, and the sun was already tilting low in the sky, spilling orange and red across the tops of the trees. The dirt path had been narrower than I expected, almost overgrown in parts, and I had to drive slowly, feeling the tires crunch over stones and roots. There were moments where the road vanished entirely into brush, and I had to stop, look around, and double-check that I was even on the right track. The air was thick with the smell of pine and wet earth, and the forest around me was silent, not even the hum of insects or birds. I told myself that was normal. Maybe they were all hiding because of the late hour, but the silence felt heavy. Finally, the cabin appeared. It was smaller than I imagined, made of dark, weathered wood with a steep roof. The porch sagged slightly in the middle, and the steps creaked under my weight when I stepped onto it. I parked the car in what I assumed was the driveway, a flattened patch of earth barely visible among tall grass, and got out. The smell of damp would hit me immediately. It had rained earlier, and the scent of wet pine mixed with something faintly musty from the cabin itself. The door was locked with a simple key, which I had picked up from a nearby ranger station earlier in the day. The first thing I noticed inside was the smell. It was a mixture of old wood, smoke from the fireplace that hadn't been cleaned, and something sour I couldn't identify. The cabin was small, maybe 20 feet by 15, with one main room and a small bedroom off to the side. The floorboards were uneven, and when I stepped, they groaned under my weight. There was a single chair, a table, and a small kitchenette with a rusted sink. I had brought food and water, a sleeping bag, and a few supplies, but it was clear the cabin hadn't been used in a while. Dust covered every surface, and cobwebs hung from the corners. I thought I could handle it. I liked the solitude, and I told myself a little dust and old wood wasn't a problem. I spent the next hour unpacking and setting up. I built a small fire in the fireplace, which was more difficult than I expected because the wood was damp. The smoke stung my eyes and throat, and I had to open the window slightly to get the fire to stay lit. By the time it was burning steadily, the sun had set, and the forest outside had gone completely dark. The only sound was the occasional snap of branches, or the distant howl of some animal I couldn't see. I told myself it was probably a coyote or a fox. That first night, I slept poorly. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle outside, woke me. The isolation was different than I expected. It wasn't peaceful. It was heavy, pressing down on me. Shadows moved across the walls in the firelight, and I found myself imagining shapes, movement in the darkness. I told myself it was just my mind adjusting to being alone. The next day, I explored the surrounding forest. The path from the cabin twisted into thick trees and rocky terrain. I brought my backpack with water, snacks, a first aid kit, and a flashlight. The air was cool and damp, and the ground was uneven, covered in roots and fallen leaves. I hiked for hours, noting the different smells of the forest: the rich, dark scent of wet soil, the sharp scent of pine, and occasionally, the subtle tang of decaying leaves. Birds called to each other in the distance, and once I saw a deer dart through the trees, its movements silent and fluid. It was beautiful, but it also reminded me how alone I really was. By late afternoon, clouds had begun to gather, dark and heavy, and I realized I had wandered farther than I intended. The forest looked different than I remembered. The paths I thought I knew vanished into thick undergrowth. My sense of direction wavered, and I started to notice that the sun was disappearing behind clouds, leaving the forest dim and gray. I picked up my pace, trying to retrace my steps, but soon, the trail was gone. I realized I didn't know exactly where the cabin was. I had left no markers, no breadcrumbs, nothing. Panic rose in my chest, and I forced myself to slow my breathing and think. I remembered the compass app on my phone. I pulled it out, but there was no signal. GPS wouldn't load, and even maps wouldn't show the area correctly. I cursed myself for not preparing better. I should have brought a paper map. I should have marked my path. The wind started to pick up, whistling through the trees and rustling the leaves. I could hear distant thunder. I had to find the cabin before night fell completely. I kept walking, trying to stay calm, but my foot caught on a root, and I stumbled, scraping my hands and knees. Pain flared sharply, and I realized I had cut myself on a jagged rock as I fell. Blood soaked through my sleeve, and the pain made me wince. I wrapped my hand in a piece of cloth from my backpack and kept moving. Every sound, the snapping of twigs, the rush of wind, the occasional animal cry, made me tense. Shadows seemed to shift in the trees, and I could swear I was seeing shapes moving just at the edge of my vision. By the time the sun disappeared completely, I had no idea where I was. Darkness fell fast in the forest, thicker than I expected, and the flashlight barely cut through it. I stopped frequently, listening. There were sounds of animals moving, of branches breaking, and at one point, a rustling in the brush that made my heart race. I had no weapon, only a small hatchet I had packed for chopping wood. I gripped it tightly, my knuckles white. I told myself I could handle this. I could make it back. Hours passed. My legs ached, my feet were sore, and my hands were bleeding and scraped. Hunger gnawed at me, though I had enough food for a week. I kept telling myself that, but the isolation and fear made it feel urgent, pressing. Every time I thought I saw a familiar tree, it turned out to be a trick of the mind. I tried to mark my path by breaking small branches or leaving stones in piles, but the forest was thick, and it was easy to lose sight of my own markers. Finally, just as I was beginning to feel despair creeping in, I stumbled onto a faint trail. It was overgrown and narrow, but it had the feeling of being used. My pulse quickened. I followed it cautiously, hoping it led to the cabin. My flashlight flickered, threatening to die, but I kept moving, stepping carefully over roots and rocks. The night stretched endlessly, and the forest seemed to close in around me. My muscles screamed with exhaustion, but I forced myself onward. After what felt like hours, I saw a shape ahead. It was the cabin. Relief hit me so strongly that I almost collapsed. I ran the last few steps, tripping over the porch steps but catching myself. The cabin was quiet, unchanged, its wood dark and weathered in the moonlight. I slammed the door behind me and locked it, leaning against it as I caught my breath. I realized how much I had underestimated the forest, how quickly it could turn from peaceful to threatening when night fell. I tended my wounds, washed the cuts in water from the sink, and applied antiseptic from my supplies. I set the fireplace again, careful to get it burning properly this time, and ate a small meal. I sat on the floor near the fire, listening to the forest outside, my body trembling from exhaustion and adrenaline. I realized I had survived something far more intense than I had anticipated. The next day, I stayed close to the cabin, exploring only in daylight, marking my path carefully. I rebuilt some parts of the porch and cleared some brush around the cabin to make the approach safer. Over the next few days, I adjusted to the isolation. The forest no longer felt threatening during the day, and I learned to read the subtle signs of animals and weather. I spent hours chopping wood, organizing supplies, and even mapping out the nearby trails. Each task made me feel safer, more in control. When it was finally time to leave, I felt a strange mix of relief and regret. The experience had been terrifying, exhausting, and humbling. I had come seeking solitude and nature, and I had found both, but in a form far more raw and demanding than I had imagined. The forest had reminded me how small and vulnerable I was, and how important preparation, patience, and respect for the wilderness truly were. As I drove away, the cabin receding into the dense forest behind me, I knew I would never forget the week I had spent there. I had survived fear, exhaustion, and disorientation. I had faced the raw reality of nature. I had always been drawn to the idea of isolation. The city had worn me down, its constant noise and pressure, the endless march of people and cars and fluorescent lights. For months, I had been searching for a place to get away, somewhere I could be completely alone, somewhere I could breathe without the weight of other people pressing down on me. That's how I ended up in that cabin, deep in the forest, miles away from any road or town. I had found it online, a small, old structure with basic utilities, but nothing fancy. It was cheap, and it had everything I needed for a week. Running water, a wood stove, a bed, and a small kitchen. From the description and pictures, it seemed perfect. The drive there had been long. My car rattled over dirt roads and through narrow paths that were barely wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass. I had seen maybe 3 other cars on the entire route, and only a handful of people on the way. The deeper I went, the more the trees pressed together, the more the sunlight filtered down in green and gold patterns. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was low, and the air had grown cool, carrying the smell of pine and wet earth. The cabin sat in a small clearing, surrounded by thick forest on all sides. A creek ran nearby, its water chattering over rocks, and I could hear birds calling to each other in the distance. It looked exactly as the pictures had shown. Rough-hewn logs, a small porch with a wooden railing, windows that reflected the sky like glass mirrors. Everything seemed quiet, peaceful. I thought that once I unpacked my bags, I could finally relax. The interior of the cabin was small, cramped in a comfortable way. The main room had a wood stove in one corner, a single couch pushed against the wall, and a table with 2 chairs. A narrow hallway led to a small bedroom, and past that, a bathroom with a tiny shower and a sink. There was no electricity other than a single light bulb over the kitchen counter that ran on a battery generator. The cabin smelled faintly of old wood and dampness, but it was clean. I dropped my bags by the door and walked through the rooms, turning the locks and checking the windows. Everything was in order. I spent the first day just settling in. I unpacked food, stacked firewood, and washed the dishes I had brought with me. Outside, the forest seemed to hum quietly. I could hear the creek, the wind moving through the trees, the occasional rustle of an animal in the brush. I walked around the clearing, noting how dense the forest was and how easily someone could lose themselves if they wandered too far. But I felt safe. The isolation was the reason I had come here. I was supposed to feel a little uneasy, yes, but I also felt a sense of freedom, of being completely detached from the world. Night came, and with it a different kind of silence. There were no city sounds, no distant cars or shouting neighbors, only the forest breathing around me. I lit the stove and sat in the small chair near it, watching the flames dance and listening to the soft crackling of burning wood. The darkness pressed against the windows, heavy and thick, and I realized that I couldn't see more than a few feet into the trees. I had brought a flashlight, of course, but still, there was something in that darkness that made me tense. It wasn't fear exactly, not yet, but it was the realization that I was completely alone. Not just alone in the cabin, but alone in the forest, far from anyone who could help me if something went wrong. The first incident happened on the second night. I was in bed, drifting off to sleep after a long day of exploring, when I heard it, a soft thump against the cabin wall. At first, I ignored it, telling myself it was probably a branch falling or an animal brushing against the wood. But then it came again, more deliberate, a short, sharp impact, followed by a dragging sound along the side of the cabin. My heart rate spiked, and I sat up, straining to see in the darkness. I turned on the flashlight and swept it across the clearing, but there was nothing there. The forest stood still, silent, as if holding its breath. I told myself it was nothing, just an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer, but sleep did not come easily after that. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind through the trees, made me sit upright and shine my light out the window. The next day, I went outside to inspect the perimeter. The ground was soft from recent rain, and I noticed footprints in the mud that hadn't been there before. They were too large to be a dog or any small forest animal. They were human. My stomach sank. I checked the cabin carefully, but nothing seemed disturbed. No doors open, no items moved. Still, the footprints led from the forest edge to the back of the cabin and then disappeared into the trees again. I tried to tell myself it was probably a hiker who had wandered past, but there was no trail nearby, no way for someone to have gotten this deep into the forest without leaving more signs. The thought settled in my mind like a stone. Someone had been here while I slept. I spent the next few days in a heightened state of alert. I kept the doors locked, the windows closed, and the flashlight at hand. I built a fire outside in case I needed to signal someone, though the nearest road was miles away. The forest, which had seemed so peaceful at first, now felt heavy, almost suffocating. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every distant crack of a branch made me jump. I started leaving signs of my presence around the cabin. Stacked rocks, broken branches in visible locations, just so I would know if someone had come close. Then came the third night. I had gone to bed later than usual, exhausted from chopping firewood and filling water jugs. The wind had picked up, rattling the trees and carrying a cold chill. Around midnight, I was woken by a low sound, almost a whisper, coming from outside. It wasn't wind, it wasn't the creak, it was deliberate, like someone was moving through the undergrowth slowly, carefully. I stayed very still, listening. The sound moved around the cabin perimeter, circling, stopping, starting again. My heart raced. I wanted to look out to see, but I was terrified of what I might find. I remembered the footprints from before, the way they had appeared and disappeared without explanation. Someone was out there. I was certain of it. I got out of bed and crept to the kitchen window, pressing my face to the glass. The flashlight in my hand illuminated the clearing in short bursts, but the trees beyond were black and endless. For a moment, I thought I saw a figure moving between the trunks, but when I blinked, it was gone. My hands were shaking. I considered calling for help, but my phone had no signal. The thought of leaving the cabin crossed my mind, but the nearest road was too far to reach safely at night, and whoever was out there could easily intercept me. I stayed where I was, holding the flashlight and waiting. Hours passed. The sound eventually faded, replaced by the ordinary noises of the forest, the wind in the trees, the creek babbling over rocks. Morning came, gray and heavy, and I was exhausted, barely having slept. I went outside cautiously, checking every angle of the cabin. Nothing. No footprints, no sign of anyone. The previous tracks had been washed slightly by rain, but the ground was still soft. Whoever had been there had left no trace. I began to feel the first real pangs of fear in a way I hadn't expected. This was no longer a simple retreat into nature. I was in danger, and I couldn't leave or call for help. Over the next few days, I developed a routine. I stayed near the cabin as much as possible, only venturing out during daylight, and even then keeping a careful eye on the forest edges. I collected more firewood, stocked up on food, and even started digging a small trench around the cabin as a barrier, though I knew it wouldn't stop a determined person. I reinforced the doors and windows as best I could with the tools I had. Every time I saw a shadow move in the forest, my heart jumped. Every night, I sat awake for hours listening. The forest, once my refuge, had become a trap, a place where I felt hunted. On the sixth night, something happened that changed everything. I was awake, sitting by the stove, trying to read a book to distract myself, when I heard it. The same deliberate footsteps around the cabin, slower, heavier this time. My stomach knotted, my hands clenched around the flashlight. I could hear breathing, low and uneven, just beyond the walls. I realized then that whoever was outside knew I was awake. They had been watching me. I remembered the fire I had built outside, the signals I had prepared, and I made a decision. I would leave the cabin. I waited until the footsteps moved to the opposite side of the cabin. Then, as quietly as possible, I slipped out the back door, carrying only a small bag with essentials. Water, a flashlight, my phone, and a pocket knife. The forest was dark, but I knew the general direction of the road. I moved quickly, silently, keeping the trees between myself and the cabin as much as I could. Every step was a calculated risk. I could hear faint sounds behind me occasionally, but I forced myself not to look back. It took hours. The forest was dense, full of I never thought I would end up in that cabin, so isolated and far from anyone else. I had been driving for hours through winding forest roads, the kind where even GPS signals start to fade and your phone insists it is searching for a network, while the world outside becomes nothing but trees and shadows. The road had been narrow, lined with tall pines, and in the fading light of late afternoon, their trunks and branches looked like dark fingers reaching across the asphalt. I kept checking the map on my phone, but the directions were barely helpful. There was a point where the route turned into dirt, and the tires of my old car skidded slightly on loose gravel. At that moment, I felt a subtle, creeping unease, but I brushed it aside, thinking it was just fatigue. The cabin itself looked much smaller in person than it did in the pictures online. It was tucked between two large hills, partially hidden behind thick underbrush and old oak trees. The wood on the exterior was weathered and dark, almost gray, and the roof sagged slightly in the middle. I remember the smell immediately. Damp wood, mold, and the faint, sharp odor of pine sap mixed together. The door was heavy, and when I pushed it open, the hinges creaked loudly, echoing in the still air. Inside, the cabin was even smaller than I expected. A single room served as both living and sleeping area. The ceiling was low, and the wooden floorboards were uneven, some of them warped and cracked. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, full of cold ashes, and the windows were small, framed with flaking paint, allowing only narrow slits of light to enter. I set my bag down and immediately noticed the dust. It covered every surface in a fine layer except for the area closest to the door, where someone had obviously walked recently. I felt a pang of discomfort. Someone had been here not long ago, yet the cabin seemed abandoned. I tried to ignore the feeling, telling myself that it was probably a caretaker or previous visitor. I went to the small kitchen area, which consisted of a chipped countertop and an old sink with a rusty faucet. There was a pile of firewood stacked in one corner, and I felt a small relief, realizing at least I could make a fire if needed. I gathered some of the wood, stacked it in the fireplace, and sat on the edge of the only bed, listening to the faint sounds of the forest outside. Birds were chirping, wind rustled the leaves, and somewhere in the distance, I thought I heard the crunch of footsteps on gravel. My heart leapt, but the sound stopped almost immediately. As night fell, the forest became a different world. The shadows seemed heavier, denser, and the sounds more intense. Every small noise, the scraping of a branch, the rustle of a small animal, felt amplified. I started a fire in the fireplace. The sound of the logs crackling and the smell of burning wood were comforting at first. I gathered some water from a small jug I had brought and started a simple dinner. The cabin felt cozy in a way, even though every part of it seemed to demand attention. Each creak of the floorboard, each subtle groan of the wooden walls, reminded me that I was completely alone. Then I noticed something else. The door had no lock, and I could feel the slight gap under it where the cold wind crept in. I pushed a piece of furniture in front of it just in case, even though I knew it wouldn't be much of a barrier. After sitting for a while, I realized I could hear faint noises outside the cabin. They weren't animals. They were the sounds of deliberate movement. Footsteps, not steady, but slow, cautious, and searching. I froze. The first time, I told myself it was the wind moving branches, or maybe a deer, but then I heard it again. Closer. Something was moving just beyond the tree line. I held my breath, my body stiff, trying to make out shapes in the darkness outside the small windows. Nothing. Only shadows, long and thin, cast by the firelight inside. I considered leaving, but the road back had been so treacherous during the day that in the dark it seemed impossible. I felt trapped, a tight knot of fear settling in my stomach. I moved to the bedroom area, keeping near the fire, and tried to calm myself. I told myself I was imagining things, that my mind was playing tricks after being alone on the road all day. But then came the sound at the window, a sharp tap, barely audible but unmistakable. Something or someone had touched the glass. I jumped back, heart hammering, and tried to convince myself it was a branch blown by the wind. The wind didn't make the tap again, though. I realized I had to do something. I grabbed a kitchen knife from the drawer, feeling the cold metal in my hand, and approached the window slowly. Peering out, I saw nothing, just the dark silhouettes of trees and the faint glimmer of my own fire reflecting off the glass. I stepped back, trying to steady my breathing. My mind was racing. Whoever or whatever was out there, I had to be ready. I moved the bed in front of the door more securely and pushed chairs under the windows, trying to block access. The fire was burning low now, the flames dancing along the logs, throwing long, shifting shadows across the walls. Hours passed. The night stretched on, and I stayed awake, listening, watching. Every sound made me flinch. The forest outside seemed to have grown darker, heavier. I kept imagining footsteps moving among the trees, shapes slipping through the shadows. Occasionally, I would catch a flash of movement, a hint of something crouched behind the trunks. Sleep was impossible. Even when I closed my eyes for a few minutes, I imagined hands on the walls, eyes in the windows, and I would wake with my heart in my throat. The next morning, the sunlight filtering through the small windows brought some relief. The forest seemed quieter in the light. I could see small animals moving among the trees, squirrels and birds, but no sign of any human presence. I decided I had to check the perimeter of the cabin, even though it terrified me. Stepping outside, I looked around carefully. The ground was soft from recent rain, and I could see footprints. They were small, not human. They looked like animal tracks at first, maybe a dog, but there was something odd. The prints were too deliberate, too evenly spaced, and they came up to the cabin, circled around the back, and then disappeared. No trail leading away. I felt a chill. Whoever or whatever had been there, I realized, had been watching the cabin carefully. I made a decision. I needed to leave, but I couldn't drive on that road alone. I spent the day gathering supplies. I filled my backpack with water, food, and the rest of the firewood. I kept the knife close. I examined the car carefully. The tires were intact, the engine was fine, but the narrow dirt road loomed in my mind like a gauntlet. That night, I decided to stay alert. I sat near the fire, listening. And then I heard it again. A rustling, deliberate this time, very close, just beyond the treeline. My heart jumped. I could see the silhouette of a figure moving slowly, crouched among the shadows. It didn't run. It just watched, moving like it was testing me, waiting for something. I stayed completely still. I realized this was no random person lost in the woods. Someone knew I was alone. Someone had been watching and planning. I went through every possible scenario in my head. Calling for help was pointless. The cell signal was non-existent. I couldn't just run into the forest without being seen. The only chance I had was to survive until morning. I spent the rest of the night barricading the door further, moving furniture, stacking chairs against the windows, keeping the knife in my hand, and listening. Every minute felt like an hour. Every shadow seemed to move. I didn't sleep. Morning finally came, a dull gray light creeping over the forest. The figure was gone. No signs outside either, only those strange tracks from before. I took a deep breath, knowing I couldn't stay. I packed quickly, leaving the cabin as orderly as possible. I checked the car, started it, and slowly began driving back down the dirt road. Every crunch of gravel made me tense. The forest seemed empty, but I constantly checked the shadows, expecting the figure to appear again. Eventually, after hours of careful driving, I reached a small town. I stopped at a gas station, buying a map and a phone charger. I called a friend to tell them where I had been. I stayed in that town for a few days, resting, avoiding going back to the forest. I never went back to that cabin. Later, I looked at the listing online again. It was still there, still advertised as peaceful and remote. I wondered if anyone else had seen those tracks, or felt the way I did in that cabin. I realized I had been lucky to leave, that sometimes danger is silent, watching, waiting, and not obvious until it's too late. I carried that memory with me for months, the fear and tension etched into my mind. But eventually, I stopped thinking about the cabin constantly. I stopped imagining those footsteps in the night. I moved on, though part of me never forgot the isolation, the shadows, the sense of being watched so carefully that it felt like the forest itself was alive. Even now,